A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Berlin, 1945.
Good afternoon. This is Willis Cooper. The Quiet Please story we're bringing you today is a Christmas story that many of our listeners have asked us to repeat this year. And though Christmas actually was yesterday, after all, it's still Christmas today, isn't it? This was Christmas Day 3 years ago, Christmas 1945, in a ruined house in Berlin, in Germany. 5 soldiers around a table beginning their Christmas dinner. Staff Sergeant John Plattner was carving.
I am a guy that strictly enjoys Christmas.
I'd enjoy it a lot more if I was at 504 North Monroe Street. Hey, you guys come to see me sometime in Peoria. You'll find out.
Hey, listen, I tell you what. Next Christmas, let's all go to Peoria and have Christmas dinner at Schulte's house.
Yeah, that's a deal. We'll go skating out at Bradley Park. Hey, I bet they're skating at Bradley Park right now.
Hey, it's 11:55 Berlin time. It's 7 hours difference. That makes it 04:55 in the morning in Peoria. So they're skating in Peoria at 04:55 in the morning.
In Peoria, everybody's nuts. Well, come on. Who said white meat?
Me.
One at a time. Don't anybody want a drumstick?
I want a drumstick.
Who said white meat?
Well, look at the turkey.
Oh, I'd rather look at what's that under your arm, Lieutenant.
That little kitty is the finest bottle of wine between here and Hoboken.
Well, open it, somebody.
Lieutenant, only one.
Corporal Lester, there are times when you discourage me with your thirst. Now, if you just walk outside to my Jeep, as I was about to say, you'll find 7 more of the same.
Yes, sir.
Boy, if he get off his chair like that when I tell him to get on to the morning report, I'd get it down, Lieutenant.
Where'd you get the wine, sir?
Well, if you mean where did I get the money, there was a craft game last night with some Air Force gentlemen.
Airplane drivers, huh?
Yeah, and I happened to hold some very excellent dice. My, what's that? Not cranberry sauce.
Yeah, Schulte's uncle sent it to him. Can.
Oh, man, that tastes like home.
Now, look, Lieutenant, don't pull right.
Yeah, don't.
Sergeant, I haven't had any cranberry sauce since Swamp Davis.
I don't like to think about that either, Lieutenant.
Well, look, you said a drumstick, Lieutenant?
Yeah, to start with, Sergeant. Thanks. Some mashed potatoes and...
Mashed potatoes?
Hey, what's this stuff?
I think that's turnips.
Well, I'll eat turnips.
Turnips it is.
And fill it up.
I sure will.
What are you so glad about over there, Corporal Morgan?
Me? I was just thinking, sir.
Well, stop it. Dangerous habit.
Hey,
Anybody open that bottle yet?
Yeah, in a minute. Hold up your cup, Lieutenant.
Here you are, fella. That's enough for a minute.
Okay.
Pass it along. Where's Lester with the rest of them?
Where is that guy?
Hey, somebody give me a hand with a bottle.
Don't worry, John.
Boys, help yourself to the stuff and holler when you want more turkey.
Shall we open all the bottles, Lieutenant? Why, sure, why not?
Look, will you sit down before your turkey gets cold?
In the Army, a mess sergeant should talk like that.
Hey, not out of the bottle. I said
no.
What's your wine?
Well, sit down and drink like people, you lug. This is swell, Lieutenant.
It ought to be. What train is it, sir? It's called, Lackamer Christie, Morgan.
Cheers of Christ.
Yeah. Well, I would eat some bread.
Yeah, here,
That's all
here,
right.
Lieutenant, right here.
Thanks.
Cheers of Christ, huh?
Right.
You know, I drunk some of that once at Italy. Pour me some more, will you?
I think we should drink a toast, Lieutenant.
I do, too.
No, don't start that again. Let's eat. I need some gravy, Sergeant. Oh, there's plenty of it? Yeah. Only toast I want to drink is when I climb off that ship in New York.
That's one we'll all drink. In fact, I'll drink it right now. Remember what we were doing last Christmas, lad?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. About a toast.
Yes, I think you're right, Morgan. Bill McAdams.
Yeah. And Big Gil Corcoran.
And Pearson.
Francis Wachter.
That kid Larry, what was his name?
Paskey.
Yeah,
Paskey.
Paskey. Oh, yeah.
Nice boy.
My brother.
I think we better stand up for that, Temple.
Yeah.
You say the toast, Lieutenant.
No. No, we'll just drink to it. To all of them. All of them.
Amen.
I want some more turkey, son. Yeah, come in.
Oh, say, I haven't eaten like this since I was a
Hey, I sure remember my last Christmas back home.
You mean at Swamp Davis, Chris?
Nah, home. Hollywood.
What?
You been there?
Yeah, hey, we had a show that day. Hour long, coast to coast.
Say, what'd you do on the radio, Griff? Sing?
No, I was an announcer.
You don't sound much like an announcer. Hey, how about another drumstick, Sarge?
Sure. Reach your plate, Lieutenant.
You want to hear me announce? Good evening, friends of the radio music world. Tonight we are again privileged to present the Army Air Forces Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Major Eddie Dunstetter, direct from the Flying Training Command Auditorium in Santa Ana, California. Our program this evening includes Si mes vers avaient des ailes by Ronaldo Hahn, La Création du Monde by Darius Milhaud, selections from Die Bürger aus Edelmann by Richard Strauss, and to conclude, the inimitable folk song of our Russian allies, Krasny Serafin.
Did you hear what I heard?
What?
Did that come out of it?
Hey, what's out of a touch like that, Griff?
I popped a crooner in the eye. He was a master sergeant, so they shipped me. Is there any more wine?
After that trip, you ate a whole bottle of yourself.
Don't flip me, Lieutenant. Thanks, Dopey.
You know, my last Christmas in Peoria.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, hey, the best Christmas I remember was down at Bliss. One year I was in big troop with the 7th Cavalry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There was a Mexican cavalry outfit just across the river at Juarez. Now, they come over to play polo, see? And brought a bunch of their enlisted men along. And every single one of them lads had a quart of tequila in his saddlebags.
Oh, brother.
Did you ever drink tequila, Lieutenant?
Once.
That was enough.
There was a Mexican sergeant. I can remember his name. Sargento Pablo Francisco Rafael del Rey Jimenez Jr. Jr. He taught me how to say Merry Christmas in Mexican.
No kidding.
How did it go?
What is it?
Felices Navidades.
And what's
I'm full guy.
Yeah. Where were you, Morgan?
Last Christmas?
Yeah.
You know where I was, Lieutenant. At Vianden.
No, I I mean in the States.
Well, before I got in the Army, my last Christmas in the States was in jail.
Jail?
In jail. Never told you guys that.
Well, lots of people have been in jail. Sure. Slide the bottle over this way, Griff.
Yeah, wait a second.
What was yours for, Griff?
Never mind, Lester.
Oh, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It wasn't the first time. Thanks, Sergeant. A little more turkey, I guess.
Coming right up.
Well, I was a bum.
A hobo?
Strictly a hobo. I never had it so good as in the Army.
You sure didn't like the Army so well when I first joined the outfit, Morgan.
Yeah, I know. I got to be kind of different when my brother joined the outfit. I never knew the kid very well before. Sure miss him.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay in. Least I can do. Where was you, Lieutenant?
When? Oh, you mean my last Christmas home?
Yeah, where was you, Lieutenant?
Well, believe it or not, I was in high school.
Oh, you're
no, you're
No, I'm not. Last year. I was supposed to graduate in 1941. When my class graduated, I was a tech sergeant at Camp Forest, Tennessee.
Oh, what do you know?
Where was your Christmas?
In a hospital with a broken leg.
Yeah?
Played too much football.
Oh.
Hey,
Huh?
did you ever know a lieutenant colonel at Forest named, Smith?
There was a million lieutenant colonels named Smith.
Fellow looked like Eisenhower? Was a major then?
That is the guy.
Yeah.
When the Krauts was going to assassinate Ike a couple of 3 months ago,
Yeah.
Remember?
this here Colonel Smith, he personified Eisenhower.
I impersonated him.
Yeah, played like he was him.
What?
He was a friend of mine.
No kids, 2 companies in Peoria down at Forest, Lieutenant, out of the 130th Infantry.
Where were you last Christmas out of the Army, Schultz?
Gee. Dinny and I got married Christmas Eve.
Dinny?
Her name's Celestine.
Oh.
I was called her Dinny.
I didn't know you were married,
Why, sure, Lieutenant. December 24th, 1941.
Wow.
Hey, did I ever show you a picture?
No, you got it with you?
Sure.
Let me see that after you, Lieutenant.
Hey, she's a pretty girl.
Is she blonde? Red hair.
Hey, let me see that.
Take a look.
Let me see it.
You want to get a load?
Let me come to you. Hey, wait a minute.
You remember where it came from?
Oh, looks like my younger sister.
Hey, say, Griff.
Sir.
Here you are, kid. Where was you Christmas?
No.
You see the picture, Mom?
No.
Take a look.
Pretty.
That's
Well, where was you, Griff?
Hollywood Canteen. Oh, boy.
Gee, no bet. Hey, I was never there. Was there movie stars?
Up to here.
Betty Grable?
Yeah.
In Peoria? Lana Turner?
Gee, I don't remember Lester.
Can't hear me. Don't remember Lana Turner. Hey, Sarge, slice me off another slab of white meat.
Sure will. After that, we can have it. Oh, brother.
Let me have a look.
Really good.
Who's out at the door?
Huh?
I didn't see anybody, Sergeant.
Probably one of them hungry Joes from the 1st platoon. Looking for a second dinner.
Well, nuts to him. Look, anybody else want some turkey?
Oh, no,
What we got for dessert, Sarge?
Pie.
Pie.
Well, Sonny, my mom wrote to me, and she asked me what I wanted for Christmas. So I tells her.
Junior. I mean, Junior.
All right. You know, I'm kidding. When I wrote her, I wanted one of her mince pies.
Oh, why not?
Now, don't tell me your mother sent you a mince pie. That can't be done.
What do you mean it can't be done?
Well, if I put them guys back in comms, they'd steal it. They'd steal your eyes.
Oh, come on, Sarge. Is the Army putting out GI mince pies now?
Now, look, Mac. This is no GI pie.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, sir, my mom, she sent me a thingamajig full of homemade mincemeat.
Yeah?
Wraps it up so as it looked like a section of stovepipe. That's so it won't run out.
Yeah.
And by Jiminy, it got here. Kids Oh,
that's great.
Every step of the way from Massillon, Ohio.
Sergeant Plattner.
Yes, sir.
If you're kidding us, I'll personally turn you over to the toughest MP out there.
No, I ain't kidding you.
But on the other hand, if you're not, I'll see that you get a bronze star with 3 oak leaf clusters if I have to whittle it out of the back end of the colonel's jeep. All right?
Thank you, sir. Well, you can get out your pocket knife now, Lieutenant, because it's sitting on top of the stove here right now.
Hey, look at that.
Me and that level-handed lad that used to be a baker, remember?
Yeah.
Well, we made it this morning.
Morgan, where's the sergeant of flower? Hey, Morgan, what are you looking at?
There's somebody at the door.
Go see who it is, will you?
Yes, sir.
There's somebody opening another bottle. Come on, let's
Yeah, I got it here. I got it.
Pour me a little of that. Will you, kid?
What a dinner, huh?
Oh, Sergeant, really? You've done yourself proud on this dinner.
Well, why don't you eat some of it then, sir?
I'm doing all right.
You only have 2 drumsticks.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Oh, give him somebody.
All right.
Put some more
Coming right up. Coming right up.
I thought I saw somebody there, but there wasn't.
I want some more gravy.
Well, wait a second.
Hey, Lieutenant, I started to tell you about the Christmas I got married in Peoria.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, there is somebody at the door.
Huh?
Don't look like a GI.
Outside is. You fellas sit still.
Okay.
You there. Was warten Sie hier? Come here. Was wollen Sie? Was heißen Sie?
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, speak English, huh?
Yes, sir.
What do you want?
Nothing, sir. I was just looking around at the destruction. It's terrible.
Yeah. You're home here?
No, sir.
Well, have you got relatives here?
No. No, I have no relatives here.
Friends?
Few enough friends, I'm afraid, sir.
Well, are you hungry?
I don't think so.
Well, look, then, you better not hang around. The MPs are tough babies. You got an identity card?
No.
What are you, a DP?
DP?
Yeah, displaced person.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you might say I am a displaced person.
Oh. Well, look, wait just a minute, will you? Hey, you men. Men! You got any objections if I bring this fella in for a slice of turkey and a drink of wine? Okay. You see, even though I am an officer, I'm the guest of these boys. And, well, you know, I have to ask them.
You are young for an officer.
Yeah, wars don't seem to care how old you are. Come on in.
Thank you. I am a little tired.
Cold, too, huh?
Yes, it is very cold.
Well, I hope you got a phone.
I don't know what's...
Oh, of course not, Lieutenant. Sit down there. Sit right down there.
Hey, pour him some wine, Schultz.
Here.
Merry Christmas, Mister.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, sir.
Yeah, Merry Christmas if possible, Mr.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's got a phone. Yeah.
It is good to sit down with friendly people.
Well, you're among friends for a while, mister, so have fun while you can.
Yeah, that's...
Sergeant, how about some turkey for our friend?
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Light or dark, sir?
Just a little, if you please.
Give him some turnips. All right, shut up, Lee.
You must not be so generous.
It's all right. There's plenty for everybody. Well, who else wants some more?
Not me.
A little more for me, Sergeant. Never thought I could do it.
And open up some more wine, will you? Our friend here's
No,
home.
I'm not so full now, thank you.
Well, let's drink up. Pass the potatoes over here, will you, Morgan?
Yes, sir. Here, mister.
Your home near here, mister?
No. My home was a long way from here.
Oh, you're in a crowd then, huh?
Kraut?
Germany means.
No. I am not a German.
Your face looks awful familiar. Haven't I seen you around here sometime?
I don't know.
Have you been around here?
Occasionally. Yes.
Will you shut up, Lester, and leave the man eat?
Excuse me.
Oh. I'm awful full.
It's the best Christmas I had since I left home. A long time ago.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh. man.
It could be that the presence of a guest contributes to your feeling of well-being.
Yeah, that's right.
No?
That's right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know what it says in the Bible.
Do you? Oh, now you
Wait a minute, son.
Wait, don't rush me now.
Right.
It's more blessed or something to give than to receive.
That's right.
Will you have some more, mister?
Thank you.
boy. I seen that guy somewhere before.
I think I've seen him too.
No.
I can't be sure.
How do you know what he wants? Leave me alone.
You men have been together for a long time in this war?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here.
There you go, mister.
We're all that's left of the original outfit. We all started out together in the States, and we said that we'd eat dinner in Berlin.
There was a lot more of us then, partner.
Yeah, a lot more. A lot of good guys, Griff.
I'll say.
Well, here we are in Berlin, and we are having dinner, right?
We sure are.
It almost seems as if you were all spared for something more than merely fighting a war.
You see, asking questions.
Hey, I don't get it, mister.
Fighting this war has done something for us, I guess. I wouldn't do it again for a lot of money.
No.
What has it done for you, then?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you get to feel different about people after you've been through what we have.
Yes. I can understand that.
Yeah, I bet you can. I bet you've been through a lot, too, huh?
Yes.
Are you a soldier?
Lester.
No.
Oh,
Yes,
come on up.
What's everybody so quiet about? A minute ago, we were all hollering and yelling and carrying on here.
Everybody's full.
Sure, full.
No. But isn't that, Flatner? It just kind of feels like Christmas.
That's right, Charles.
Like, I remember on Christmas when we used to go to church in Peoria.
No, like Christmas afternoon. I remember.
Everybody feels good. Kind of liking everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Peace on earth. Peace on earth.
And goodwill to men.
We ought to gone to church this morning.
Hey, I went to church. You
did.
You can.
Yes, sir. I get up early and I went out. I ran right into the chaplain. What could I do?
Sort of wish I'd gone.
They even sung Christmas carols.
Huh?
Oh, come, all ye
Oh, I know that one. I know that.
faithful, join love and triumph, That's an awful-looking scar you got on your hand, that.
Yes. It was very painful once.
Hey, let me see. Yeah, it sure is. Them crowds do that to you?
No.
You speak awful good English.
I speak several languages.
Lester, will you let the man alone?
Lieutenant, I want to know who he is and what he's doing here. I know I've seen him someplace.
Yes, I think you have seen me somewhere.
Yeah, but where? Or where?
I know where I've seen him before.
Do you?
In the
hospital. I had the broken leg. It was Christmas. I prayed. I know where I saw you.
Yes. I remember.
In the snow. Back in Deacon's. And I was kneeling beside my brother the night he was killed.
I saw you on the transport when we were on the way over here.
It was in the mission. Carmel.
Yes. I saw you there.
Once when I was walking God at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington. At night...
I was there.
Was you in church this morning?
I saw you there.
Well, then who are you? Hey, no, wait a minute. Now, don't go yet. Wait and have another drink of wine.
Yes, I will drink a cup of wine with you, and then I must go.
Well, let me open a new bottle here.
Yes, wait a minute.
Yeah, drink up.
Thank you. Now, goodbye, my friend.
Oh, hey, no, stay with us.
Yeah,
Please stay with us.
No, I must go.
But listen, why? Why do you have to go?
Lester.
What?
Lester. The whole world's waiting for him. After all, it's his birthday, you know.
Today's story is Berlin, 1945. The Quiet Please broadcast of last Christmas, repeated today by request. The displaced person, Ernest Chappell.
And the others in the cast were Ed Latimer, Frank Thomas, Melville Ruick, James Monks, James Goss, and Warren Stevens. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week. My good friend and our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you which I call The Time of the Big Snow. Will you listen?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. Revenge. Listen. Those are bells tolling in requiem for a man who has died. How did he die, you ask? Listen to what happened to a girl who knew, and whose mind was clouded dark with the fear of knowing. Listen to a tale of murder. It is late afternoon. Lee House is set strangely on a cliff beside the rolling sea. Autumn leaves fall, and with them the threads of night. And in a car, parked a little distance from the house at a pillared gate, sits a girl behind the wheel. Beside her stands an old man with sad and beguiling eye. It's a bad night, Miss Anna, to be driving the sea road.
I know, Jameson. But I must go, I must. How could I spend another night in that house? What could be keeping him?
This young man, Miss Anna, is he...
He's a good driver, Jameson. I'll be perfectly safe.
I do hope you will be, ma'am. Listen, you can hear the surf from here. How Mr. Jonathan loved the sea.
Jameson, don't. Oh, there's rain behind that wind, I bet.
Annabelle!
It's in my mind. Memory of him. I can still see him. Like that night a few weeks before he died. I mustn't think of it. Not now. Not now.
You can't forget me, Annabelle. Even when I'm dead, I'll live in your mind. I'll feed on your fear of my ghost.
I'd rather be dead. Jonathan, let me out of this house. Let me go.
My dear, you're too lovely for others to see, so I've no choice but to keep you within these walls.
Within this prison, you mean? Even that chauffeur's a spy. There isn't a moment of the day when I don't feel a pair of eyes watching everything I do. They're even prying to my thoughts. Jonathan, if you have any kindness in your heart...
Look, here at the window. The ocean is white capped, far you can see.
Why do you torture me? How can you hate me so much?
I don't, my Annabelle. And this pleading, it's no use. You'll never forget me. I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. Miss Anna, why so pensive?
Oh, I was thinking. Remembering. Jameson, are you sure you want to be caretaker at Lee House? You won't be lonesome?
I wouldn't leave it, Miss Anna. It'd be like leaving my little girl, my daughter Amy.
You loved her very much, didn't you?
That I did. And the morning we found her, at the bottom of the cliff down there in the cove, was almost more than my heart could bear. But that was long ago. Look there. Reckon that's the young man coming now.
Oh, yes, it is. Goodbye, Jameson. You've been a good friend. Thank you for that. Goodbye.
Good luck, Miss Anna, wherever you go.
Jim. Oh, Jim, I thought you'd never come.
Hello, Anna. Sorry.
Here, climb in here. Take the wheel.
Okay. A few last things to do at the Hendersons. You know how it is.
Jim, hold me close.
I was so worried. I was afraid you might think I wasn't coming. And all the time running over that hill, my heart kept pounding, saying, Simpleton Jim Brandt, even late for his elopement. Well, ready to start, Mrs. Brandt?
Just you wait and see what a swell honeymoon trip I've got planned for us, Mrs. Brandt.
Oh, it's so wonderful. But is it real, Jim?
What do you mean real? Of course it's real.
Well, it seems like a good dream. After the last 3 months since he died, I've lived in a nightmare since then.
But it's over now.
Over and done with. Jim, don't think me silly, but they don't exist any longer, do they? I mean, people who are dead.
My heavens, no. Except in somebody's mind, maybe. Somebody who was close. A wife or a daughter like you, maybe. Especially a good-looking daughter like you.
Yes. I want to tell you something, Jim.
My, don't you sound serious, though.
I don't want to be serious. All I want to do is be close beside you.
Say, there's a road somewhere ahead that cuts off about 10 miles. Country road. We'll have to watch for it.
Remember the first day we met, Jim? That little country road?
Mm-hmm. Wasn't far from Lee House.
You just walked down that road from the Hendersons, and when I came along, you were poking at some rocks with a long stick, and I couldn't imagine what you were doing.
Oh, hey there, young lady. Would you like to see something?
See what?
Well, come here and find out. A whole nest of them down in this crevice in the rocks.
Nest of what?
Well, come and see. They won't fight you.
Oh, no, you tell me. I'd rather not look. That rattling...
That does give them away. Well, it's a mama snake and, I don't know how many chillin' in the nicest snake house you ever saw. Big fellas, too.
Oh, then you let them alone before they come out.
Oh, they'd be as scared of you as you'd be of them. Well, say, you live around here somewhere?
Yes, but I must go now.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm Jim Brandt, architect over at the Hendersons' place. Been adding that new wing and rebuilding the stable.
I heard about it.
Where do you live?
At the Lee House.
I've been on lots of walks around here, but I've never seen you before. How come?
I don't often go out.
Say, you must be Mr. Lee's daughter, huh? Or has he got a daughter?
I really can't talk with you, Mr. Brandt. I've got to hurry home.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh, hey, Miss Lee. Maybe I'll see you around here again sometime.
First time we met. Remember?
You were mighty strange that day.
I was afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
Oh, I don't know. I guess because all the days were so full of him. Like the day he disappeared.
What do you mean, Anna?
He went sailing alone that day. Then suddenly the squall blew up, the wind and the waves, and nobody ever saw him again.
Annabelle!
Yes, Jim?
Annabelle Lee!
Huh?
Annabelle!
I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't.
But you did. You said my name.
You were just half asleep, that's all. Hey, what's that? Doggone it, Anna, we got a flat tire.
Don't stop, Jim. Don't stop here.
We have to. I can't ride the rim.
But there's nothing to fix it with, Jim. Let's go on, please. I don't care about the tire.
Anna, what's the matter? You think I'm going to ruin a perfectly good... Hey, look. There's a little house up there. I'll bet he's got a jack. Hey, up there. Now, darling, don't look like that.
What's the matter?
Hello. Sorry to bother you. Have you got a jack I can borrow? Flat tire.
Sure. Hey, son, go get the jack out of the car.
You see, Anna, we'll have it fixed in no time. Oh, darling, don't look peeved.
You people headed for the turnpike?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
You're going the wrong way. Shortcut's back about a mile.
Oh, you mean we're past it?
Well, how do you do there, ma'am? Didn't see you at first.
How'd you do?
I don't guess you remember me. I come over and helped your husband's man, Jameson, fix the gardens this spring.
Jim.
It's too bad he's lost in that squall, Miss Lee. He's a fine gentleman, Mr. Jonathan was. It grieved us all to see your husband go like that.
Jim, you turned back. You're taking me home.
You were Jonathan's wife, Anna.
Don't take me back. I didn't lie to you, Jim. I was going to tell you.
When? After we got married? After...
No, I was going to tell you tonight. That second time I saw you after Jonathan disappeared, you asked my name. Even then you thought I was his daughter, and something wouldn't let me say I was his wife. He was so much older, Jim. Nearly 20 years.
How long were you married?
4 years. 4 dreadful years. I never loved him.
Anna.
I can't help it. Kept me like a prisoner in that gloomy house, watching me every minute. Oh, Jim, I do love you. Don't take me back.
It's all right, Anna. Don't get upset. Just be quiet for a few minutes. What's the matter? What are you looking back for?
Something's following us. I can feel it, Jim.
On this lonely road?
You're sorry you ever came.
Oh, Anna, stop it.
Say you're not sorry. Say you forgive me for deceiving you.
I do forgive you.
Then everything's all right, Jim. Don't hate me.
Oh, Anna, no. Let's not talk about it. Not now.
Yes, let's forget. Let's talk of something else. Look, it's beginning to rain. Night's come.
Yes. Listen to it on the roof. Seems to be saying your name. There's a poem written about you. Know that?
Yes.
Pose. I used to know it by heart. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea
that a maiden there lived whom you may know.
That's it.
By the name of Annabel Lee. And this maid, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me.
Say, you know it too.
Heard it 1,000,000 times. I know it all, every syllable. Jim, listen.
What?
It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea.
Jim, look.
What is it?
On the road in the lightning. A man in the rain.
Man, it's not anybody.
But you don't know. He was in the house from that first day he disappeared. I could hear him even before that. Out at sea, calling my name.
Oh, Anna, you've got to stop this.
But, Jim...
You're just imagining it, I tell you.
Jim, I've got to tell you. I can't go on without telling you the truth.
What truth?
I killed him.
Anna.
I killed Jonathan. I killed my husband.
What are you saying?
Now you know. Now you can take me back to Lee House. You can take me back home. Back to him.
Jonathan Lee is dead. And our story begins one night a few months later when Anna, a young woman who has lived in seclusion for 4 years at Lee House, is to be married to Jim Brandt, a young architect. Jameson, the old caretaker, sees her off in the station wagon. And as Anna and Jim drive along, she confesses that she was Jonathan's wife, that she herself murdered him. Her mind is distraught with a terrible fear that the dead man is somehow among the undead, that he is waiting for her.
Oh, Anna, I don't believe you. What are you saying?
That I killed him. I planned to kill him.
No, you couldn't have.
I had to tell you. Because Jim, somehow he's not dead. You said the dead only live in somebody's mind. And they do. But they also live beyond the mind.
Oh, Anna, please.
That's why I couldn't wait to tell you. Calmly and sanely in the light of day. Jonathan's waiting somewhere for me.
Now, Anna, listen.
Don't you see, Jim? I thought I could run away from him. I thought I could send him out to sea and he'd never come back again.
Here, I'm going to stop the car.
Oh, no. Jim, please, no. If you loved me, take me on.
Tell me why. Why on earth did you do this?
I had to.
Tell me why.
That poem you mentioned. He used to say it to me. He used to love it. I'll hear him till I die. His voice droning out the words. Sometimes, Jim, he'd lie awake and I'd hear him whispering it over and over. I'd see, mournful and sad. When I started working in the village at the library, 5 years ago that was, he used to come in and ask for Bo. At first I thought he was just a lonely old man, lonely because his wife was dead. That day, late in October, he asked me if I'd take the job of cataloging his library. It was right after my mother died. I was alone. He used to come in that big, dark room and ask to help. He used to say, "You're working too hard, Annabelle. Come for a sail with me." I went once or twice. He'd look at me with a strange kind of laughter in his eyes. Then he asked me to marry him. He asked me 12 times. At last I did. And then 4 years in that house with the sea always pounding, The wind crying in the cove.
But what did he do, Anna? What could have made you...
He was going to kill me. Just as he killed the first Mrs. Lee.
What? He murdered her?
Oh, Jim. I had to do it. From the day I married him, I wasn't allowed out of that house. Except when he went along. That afternoon I met you. He'd gone for a sail, and I planned to run away.
Yes, you did have a suitcase, I remember.
But when I met you, I was sure you were one of his spies, so I had to go back again. That night, I went to his room. He was sitting in the huge chair by the fire. He looked up and smiled that grim smile.
Did you want something, Annabelle?
Jonathan, you loved me once. I had pity for you once, if not love. Oh, listen to me, please.
But you've said it all before, hundreds of times.
I couldn't say it enough, Jonathan. Please, please let me go. I'll do anything you say if you'll only let me go.
But, my dear, when I met you, didn't my money please your eye? Isn't it enough to have that?
It wasn't your money, Jonathan. It was pity for you. Only pity. I thought it was love.
Where is your pity now? No, Annabelle. I couldn't let you go. You'd find pity for another man and grow to believe that you loved him, too. How could I bear such a thing to happen? No. You see, your pity, as you call it, is only for me. Until the day you die.
What do you mean? Jonathan, what do you mean?
Soon, I'll let you go, Annabelle. Some day soon you must go for a sail with me.
I screamed and ran from him. My mind was sick with terror. What was I to do? The house was like a prison, and everywhere I turned were shadows and gloom, and Jonathan was part of it all. But I had one friend, and he'd come to me when I needed him most.
Miss Hannah, don't turn on the light.
Jameson, where are you?
Here beside you. I've been waiting in your room because I had to see you without him knowing it.
Oh, Jameson, you've got to help me. I've got to get out of here.
No, Miss Anna. That's what he wants you to do. And that's why I came to stop you from going.
Why?
He'd follow you. He'd find you.
You heard what he said?
I've heard it before. The other Mrs. Lee. She begged him to let her go. Time and again she begged him. And one day, she took a boat from the cove.
He said she was lost in the sea.
Yes, Miss Anna. But Mr. Jonathan followed in a skiff, and then she never came back. He murdered her.
Jameson.
It's the truth.
I believe you. I do.
Then wait and plan. I'll help. But he mustn't know about it. Tomorrow, we'll talk tomorrow. If he goes sailing again.
Sailing? You're right, Jameson. I won't run away. I know now what I have to do. I know now what I must. So that night, I made my plan. The next day, he did go sailing. And that was when I caught them. With a little cord noose I made myself. I lay on the rocks for a long time, looking down, waiting till I could get the cord over their heads.
Caught what?
The rattlesnakes you showed me that day.
Yeah.
I caught them and took them down to the cove in a box. And that night I put them in his boat in a coil of rope. I left them there.
Oh, Anna, how terrible.
The next day he went sailing again. He didn't see them at first. The motion of the boat and a sharp sting on his leg. And waiting in the dark, I could picture him. Fighting, drawing back, turning loose of the boom, climbing out of the pit. And the squall came. And he was gone.
Oh, Anna, what are we going to do?
But I had to, Jim.
And it wasn't because of me.
I'd only seen you once. I didn't know you weren't somebody he'd hired to watch me till I saw you again and again after he was dead. Oh, Jim.
Anna, look out. Hold on. It's a cliff. We're hanging over the edge, Anna. Get out, quick. Here, take my hand. This side, Anna, this side. That was close. Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Look, we nearly went over into the sea. Golly, we both have been killed.
Jim!
What, Anna?
We're back where we started. There's the house and the cliff.
What?
You brought me back.
Anna, you know I didn't.
Jim, look. Who is it, Jim? Yonder on the road.
I don't know.
It's Jonathan. He's walked up from the sea. Oh, let me go, Jim. Let me go.
Oh, it's only some man. Anna, come back here. Come back.
Hey, down there. What's the trouble?
Quick, man. Help me stop her.
Where'd she go?
I'm Jameson. We had an accident, Jameson. She's got some crazy notion in her head about a ghost. Look, she's running across the lawn.
Down to the sea path. Hurry. Miss Anna, it's me, Jameson.
Oh, Jameson. It's you. It's you.
Anna, where were you running to?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, my darling. You frightened us nearly to death.
It was only me on the road, man.
I thought
She's shivering, sir. Here, take my coat, Miss Anna. It's Providence that brought you back tonight.
Why, Jameson?
There's nothing to say, Jameson. Jim, take me to the house.
But when Jonathan sailed away that day, the snakes weren't in the boat. I took them out. You see, he could have heard their rattles. And anyway, sir, I couldn't have Miss Anna do such a thing.
James, you mean...
I couldn't have her do it, sir, when rightly the job was mine.
What you're trying to say...
With my daughter Amy, I was thinking of how Mr. Jonathan drove her to love him like she did, and how he would smile at her in that laughing way, so that she'd jump from the rocks here down to the sea.
And that was why...
So, that day, before he went for his last sail, I cut the rigging ropes. And when the wind took the canvas strong, as it does when you ride the swells, they snapped. And I stood here on the cliff and watched the boom fly free, and down he went beneath it.
Oh, Jim.
How could I watch him murder you, Miss Anna, as he'd murdered my Amy?
Oh, you're free of it, Anna, now. Don't you see? It was only the fear in your mind.
I've got a fire going in the library, Miss Anna.
I'll take her in, Jameson.
I'll go see if I can get your car off the cliff.
Oh, no, Jameson. Let it alone. We don't care about the car.
But you two can be on your way again when the rain blows over.
Come along in, Anna. You're cold now. Here, pull the coat around you.
He did it for me, Jim.
Are you all right now?
Now I am. Jim, look. What's Jameson doing?
He's climbing in the car.
Stop him, Jim.
What? He started the motor.
But the car's hanging over the edge of the rocks. Jim, stop him. It's toppling. It's toppling over the cliff. Oh, Jim, how awful. It went over the cliff.
Down to the sea in the cold.
He did it all for me.
And for me, too, darling. But he's made everything all right, Anna. He's made everything all right.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubt and fear. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory. In the haunting hour.
The Diary of Fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you.
It is recorded that man's destiny is written upon the face of time. Each one's course is charted, from the cry of birth to the expiration at death. The life chart of Darrel James now before me is of particular interest. He was a bright young man about Wall Street. His classmates voted him the man most likely to succeed. But predictions in college yearbooks are merely wishful thinking. For the real truth and ultimate end is written on the larger ledger, an inexorable scroll in the diary of fate. And now, I, fate, accelerating the clock of time, bring into the present a momentous incident of the future.
Darrel, darling, what are you doing with that gun?
An old piratical custom. Just burying another Cantillon victim.
Darrel, put that gun on me, man.
Yes, Darrel James, whom the gods destroy, they first make mad. Your act of madness marks you for death, and will hang you from that ancient Bermudian scaffold as did the pirate of Cantillon. Remember, Darrel, fate is not unkind, fate is just, and justice demands that you die. In a moment I will read again from the diary of fate.
In just a moment, the strange story of Darrel James. But now, a word from your announcer.
In the life of Darrel James, an ultimate decision for evil was made. And that decision, so carefully thought out and planned, was doomed to failure because of the little things. For these are the tools with which I, fate, mold the pattern of your invisible destiny. Remember, Darrel, it was in New York City. You were the customer's man who became the lady's man. You married Felicia Cantillon, whose social position and great wealth were her only compensation for a plain face and advanced middle age. Later, after a few years of living the comfortable life of a well-kept husband, we discovered Patty Daniels, a beautiful model. And this momentous night is another in the long list of weekly rendezvous. In one of those typical side street restaurants in Midtown New York, she waits for you.
Good evening, Miss Patty. Are you alone tonight?
I think I've been stood up.
Did you order Namless?
No, Charles. I'll just nurse this cocktail along for a while longer.
Very well, madam.
Hello, darling.
Oh.
I'm sorry to be late. Do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, now look what you've done. You've spilled my cocktail all over my dress.
Oh, Charles, how about a cloth to dry off Miss Patty's dress?
Oh, don't bother. Just order me another drink and make it a good one. For after tonight, I'm leaving this town and you for good.
Now, Patty, let's not go through that again. I tell you, I'll talk to Felicia tomorrow morning.
That's a couple of hours too late. After tonight, I'm finished. I get claustrophobia living in a marital triangle.
But, Patty, you've got to give me time.
Time? You said that 6 months ago.
I know, but, well, I just can't walk out on her.
You mean you just can't walk out on her money?
What money? The Cantillon millions doled out in monthly allowances? I promise you I'll tell her in the morning.
No, Darrel. It's been mañana once too often.
Look, Patty, I gave you my word.
I don't trust her. She'll bribe you to come back.
It's over between us. I tell you, it's all over.
The last time you said that, she came up suddenly with a 60-foot yacht.
Please, Patty. What do you want me to do?
I want you to phone her.
Phone her? Why?
I've got to know tonight.
What's come over you, Patty? You've never been so difficult before.
I've got an offer, a good offer, to go to California. I'm going if you don't phone it.
I see. Okay, let's have dinner and then put the call through.
Now.
But there's no phone here.
Telephone, did you say, James? Here's an instant, sir. Just plug the cord is behind it.
Well, how convenient. Thank you, Charles. Shall I dial the number for you, Darrell?
You're sure enjoying this, aren't you?
Hello?
I'll take it. Hello, Felicia? This is Darrell. Yes, I'm in town. No, I'm not at my club. But what's that? When? Meeting in the morning. Why, yes, dear, of course. Yes, I'll be right home. Yes. Goodbye.
Yes, Darrel James, because of a little thing. A still drink, Abby's long, smoldering resentment was sparked to a crisis. The result was a phone call. And then, quite suddenly, the cascading of events found you on a boat, heading for the sunny Isle of Bermuda. What was it, Darrell, that Felicia said to you that so completely changed you from a deserting husband to a rekindled lover, embarked on a second honeymoon? And now the salt spray of the Atlantic sweeps the rail of the steamship Southern Cross, and you and Felicia, tucked in your deck chairs, are a picture of contentment.
Oh, my. Oh, that was a big wave. Oh, darling, I dropped my purse. Will you pick it up, dear?
Allow me, madam. I have it. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Pardon me, but I noticed that one coin you dropped. May I see it again?
Why, of course. Here you are.
I thought so. This is quite a rare coin, you know.
Oh, really? It's sort of a good luck piece.
Oh, won't you sit down and join us in some free salt spray?
Thank you. My name is Justin. Professor Frederick Justin.
Oh, this is my wife, Mrs. James.
How do you do, Mr. James?
You were saying about that coin, that it was rare.
Yes. May I ask where you got it?
Oh, my mother found it years ago on a place in Bermuda.
Oh. You folks live on the island permanently or just a visit?
Oh, my wife has an estate down here, the Cantillon estate.
It's near Spithead.
It's quite a coincidence.
Oh, what is?
We are going to be neighbors.
Neighbors?
Oh, but Professor, are you sure? Sir Howard Waddingham's is the only estate near ours.
I'm going as guest of Sir Howard. That is, in the capacity of, shall we say, an employee.
Doing what?
Tracing his genealogical chart. You see, I'm a sort of an authority on Caribbean law.
Oh, that's interesting. There must be lots of treasure stacked away somewhere among these islands. Stands to reason.
Most of it is undersea, I believe. Someday the lost records of these buccaneers will be found, and then you'll see the biggest treasure hunt since the gold rush of 49.
Oh, really?
Why, even the Cantillon estate was once the hideout of Fritz, pirate of Cantillon.
Oh, there was such a character.
Yes, that's why I was so interested in that coin.
Mr. Darrel James. Mr. Darrel James. Mr. Darrel James.
The steward's paging you, dear.
Oh, steward, right here.
Mr. Darrel James.
Yes.
Cablegram.
Thank you.
Something wrong, dear?
No, it's from Winthrop, my stockbroker.
Winthrop? How did he know you were aboard the Southern Cross?
I don't know, dear. If you'll excuse me, Professor, I've got to take care of this matter immediately.
Yes, Darrell. You were almost getting to believe in this second honeymoon. New faces, new scenes and ocean voyage. But a cablegram brought you back to reality. To a conspiracy of murder planned the night before your boat sailed from New York. And your co-conspirator, knowing that vacillating mind of yours, decided to keep it primed. And so when the steamship Southern Cross tied up in the port of Hamilton, Bermuda, your mind was busily working on a plan.
Well, folks, we've landed and the situation is well in hand, to quote a phrase.
Oh, this island hasn't changed a mite in all these years.
Oh, Professor, would you mind giving Mrs. James a lift to Cantillon?
But why, dear? Aren't you coming?
Well, it looks like clearing these customs is going to take a long time.
Glad to have your company, Mrs. James. Haven't ridden in a carriage since I was a boy. But I warn you, I'm an encyclopedia on Bermuda.
That's an inducement, Professor. I'll see you at Cantillon, Darrell, dear.
I'll be there as soon as I clear. See you later, Professor.
I wonder if you could direct me to the cable office, office.
Why, Patty, what are you doing here?
Stop looking at gas. Just start walking.
Now, what in the blazes are you doing in Bermuda? Your wire
Never mind what my wire said. I signed that and sent it for a very good reason.
But why?
Because I found out that everyone who checks in on this island has to check out after a certain amount of time or apply for permission to stay on. There are 101 holes in your plan.
Now, Patty, why didn't you let me work it out in my way?
Didn't it occur to you that it would look mighty suspicious if a Mrs. Darrel James came to Bermuda and didn't leave?
Well, I hadn't thought of that. Anyway, you've got to stay out of sight. That is, until you're ready to leave.
I know all about staying on side streets. You taught me all there was to know. Remember, darling?
Well, just where are you staying?
A private home in Warwick West. No one knows whether I come or go.
Well, just stay right where you are.
I will. What about you?
Well, the first step is to find out about the airport deal and how to get that cash.
And the next step is getting rid of Mrs. Darrel James, the original.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Just make up your mind to cross it, Darrell, because I've burned all the other ones behind us.
Yes, Darrell. The fire of passion has burned many bridges. And though this last one on which you stand has spanned an ocean, there is still a chance to turn back, but for one thing: greed. It is the bond between you and Patty, and it has soul-searing quality. And so now you ride back to Cantillon. You watch the setting rays of a semi-tropical sun, and spacious Cantillon looms almost medieval in the descending twilight. And waiting for you as your ancient carriage rolls into the courtyard is Felicia, the original Mrs. Darrel James.
Well, I thought you'd never get here.
I did, too. Took hours to clear the customs. Hey, this is quite a place. Does it extend all the way to the bay?
That's our private dock, I'll have you know.
It looks almost as big as the port at Hamilton.
Yes, it's too big. Become sort of a white elephant.
I see.
In fact, I'd almost forgotten about it myself. Then I got this wire from the airline company offering to buy it. They said something about using it as a seaplane base.
Yes, it's admirably laid out for an overseas base. Well, might as well get rid of this coat.
You dropped something, dear. Looks like that cablegram. Why, it's signed Mrs. Darrel James.
It was a little thing. The accidental incident. A crumpled cablegram signed not Winthrop, but of all things Mrs. Darrel James. You'll have some explaining to do, Darrell, even to Felicia. Simple soul that she is. Perhaps your whole plan will dissolve into thin air. Soon, Darrel James, I will write again under your name in the diary of fate.
Our story continues in just a moment. But first, here is our announcer.
Yes, Darrel James, it was a little thing. The unsuspected, unpredictable little thing. A crumpled cablegram that fluttered to the floor at Cantillon. But that insignificant occurrence revealed the name not of Winthrop, but of all names Mrs. Darrel James. Perhaps the bridge of dreams on which you stand, Darrell, is now burning right to the ground. At any rate, you have an answer. And now Felicia at the dinner table is hearing it.
All I can say, dear, is that I think it's a prank.
You said it was from Winthrop.
I did? Darling, this wire I got at the cable office. The one from Winthrop I threw away.
Darrell, there isn't another Mrs. Darrel James by any chance?
Yes, there is, dear.
What?
My mother, Mrs. Darrel James Sr.
That's not very funny. And besides, she's in California. And just what would she be wiring this for?
You know, come to think of it, that cablegram could have easily come from Mother. She's always referred to my father as Mr. James. You know, it's beginning to make sense. She's full of quirks. I'll cable her in the morning.
It still doesn't make sense.
Oh, someone at the door. I'll see who it is. Well, Well, good day, Professor. Or should I say good evening?
I didn't mean to intrude on your dinner. I thought you folks might be through.
Come have some tea with us, Professor.
No, thank you. I've had my quota for the next 6 weeks. Oh, by the way, Sir Howard was saying at dinner that Kentalon was one of the great show places on the island. Do you mind if I look around?
Oh, no, of course not.
I've got an idea. Let's all have a look around. It's still quite light out. After all, we'd like to be on hand when you stumble onto that pirate gold.
Oh, you'll have to count me out, dear. I'm a bit worn from the trip. Just the fireplace and the sound of the sea, and I'll be content.
Well, you heard the lady, Professor. Looks like we'll have to handle this treasure hunt ourselves.
These stone water tanks, they're level with the ground.
I thought water tanks were something built up high.
Well, on this island, there's no well water on account of the coral. So your only supply is the rainwater. See these roofs sort of corrugated and lime painted. They serve as water catchments for the rain.
You're sure you got this all out of books, Professor?
Sir Howard was telling me that the water tanks on his estate and this one have secret storage rooms directly under them.
For what?
To hide their pirates' loot from the inspectors of His Majesty's government.
Well, maybe there's still some of the treasure hidden there.
Not very likely. But anyway, let's have a look. Now, the trick is to find the entrances.
And just how do you do that?
Well, it must be parallel to Sir Howard's tank. At least, that might make a good place to start.
What about over here?
I think you have something. Yes. Yes, this sounds like it might be near.
Now, the tank is here. And, if the room is underneath, it must be here. Look. Look under the dirt. It sounds metallic.
You're right, Mr. James. This may well lead to it. Here, just grab a hold here now. Pry it open the covering with this 2x4.
Yes.
Ready? All right. Well, this is something.
Look, Professor. Those stone steps, they lead down to something.
Willing to investigate?
Yeah, it looks pretty ominous. Okay, let's go. Now, don't lose that flashlight, whatever you do.
No.
Hey, this joint looks weird. I hope that water tank doesn't decide to give way after all these years.
Now, this tunnel leads to somewhere. Why, look, Mr. James. Here's a room.
Is this where the pirate of Cantelon hid his booty? Say, look at those spigots in the wall. What do you think they were for?
I see, connect with the water tank. Probably used for the overflow. If the rains got too abundant, they might have let some of the water into this room.
Maybe it was to drown his victims.
You know, this floor seems hollow. I wonder if there might be another room below.
By George, you're right, Professor. Look at these metal rings.
Must be attached to something. Let's take hold and see what happens. It's coming up. There.
Oh, put that flashlight down there, Professor.
There. Why, it's another room. Shall we investigate?
Might as well. We might find the treasures of the pirate of Cantelon. Look. Now I've seen everything.
This is a strange setting.
And foul smelling. Like the corpses.
Let's go further in.
Say, Professor, those vaults, what are they for?
Looks like Egyptian money. Perhaps this was a special room for the pirate ship.
This room gives me a shudder.
Looks to be an ideal place for murder.
So it would seem, Professor. So it would seem.
As it so often happens, it is the little things that resolve into the big thing. A rare coin resulting in a shipboard acquaintance, and a casual stroll around Cantelon that led to the secret room. You have chosen the path of evil, Darrel, but all you can see is the perfect road to success. And so you planned as you traversed it, step by step.
Operator, connect me with Warwick 29, please. Hello, Patty. Listen, make reservations for one on the airways tonight. Sign the passenger list, Mr. Darrel James.
Well, good morning, darling. early, aren't you?
Well, it was such a beautiful morning, I couldn't resist strolling about the grounds.
Sounds like you've fallen in love with the place.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have.
I'm jealous.
You know, Felicia, after looking over the place, I've got an idea.
You don't want to sell?
No. I thought it might be nice to sort of keep that strip with the guest cottage. It runs right alongside the water tank. It'd be nice to have a little place to come down to on a vacation.
But would the airline company object to cutting off part of the estate?
No, not at all. I talked to Driscoll and said that we'd make an adjustment in the price. It's only a matter of some $7,000.
And what did he say?
Well, oddly enough, they were going to build a wall right about there, so they wanted to close off Sir Howard's property. Now all they have to do is move it so many feet west and have it close off our property.
Well, I think that's wonderful, dear. Then we can stay down here for a while.
That's just what I was thinking. Now come along. The sun's up, and I want to show you the pirate's den that the professor and I discovered.
My word, Darrell, you haven't shown this much enthusiasm since we eloped.
Oh, the second honeymoon is going to my head. Come along. You know, the professor is really a whiz. He's never been here before, but by reading and researching, he knows more about this country than most of the natives.
So this is where you were last night?
Mm-hmm. Now watch this. I pick up these iron doors, and presto, it opens.
Wow. Why, this is unbelievable.
Watch your step. And here's room 1.
There's another room?
The room below, that's where the pirate hid his booty.
Below here? Oh, I don't feel like coming down here. Air is so foul.
Oh, you've got to see it.
This place scares me.
Now, follow me down. Here, hold my hand. Here we are. Do you see those vaults there?
Yes.
Well, that, darling, is where the pirate of Cantelon buried his treasures and his victims.
Yes. But we're doing that fast.
An old piratical custom, dear. Just burying another Cantelon victim.
Yes. Don't point that gun at me. You're mad.
And now we'll find you a nice casket. There you are. And to make the job complete, I'll just open those spigots and flood this room. They'll never find you, no matter where they search. Sleep gently, my love, in your watery grave.
As the water reached the top of the dungeon room, you shut off the spigots. The large false metal floor was put back in place. You busied yourself shoveling it over with dirt to make the setting perfect. Once again in the open air, you fitted the flat metal door securely in place, covered it, and walked slowly away without even a passing glance of contrition. But the crime has been recorded on the infinite scroll, and soon I, Fate, will record the final entry under your name in the diary of fate.
In just a moment, the surprising conclusion to the story of Darrel James. But now, here again is our announcer.
Yes, Darrel James, your cup of joy was overflowing. You had nothing to worry about. You received Mr. Driscoll of the airlines graciously, explained that Mrs. James was suddenly called back to New York. You received a certified check for $193,000. You made reservations for your return to the States by plane. Late that evening, as you start up the ramp toward the loading zone of the airline, someone stops you.
Mr. James? Mr. Darrel James?
Yes?
I'm from police headquarters. You're wanted to identify a body.
The body? I don't know what you're talking about.
Your wife's.
You found it?
Sure. It's all over the front page of the papers.
I never thought you'd find it.
Well, it took a bit of searching.
Look, I'm not the man you want.
You're her husband, aren't you?
Yes, but I'm not responsible for her death. It was another party. A woman who planned it.
A what? It was, eh? Sounds interesting. Tell me more.
The murder was Patty's idea.
You say the murder was Patty's idea? And who was Patty?
Patty Daniels. She was jealous of my wife.
Go on.
She knew about the secret room below the water tank. She got my wife to go down there and then shot her.
Shot her? Shot Mrs. James?
Yes.
Where could we find this Miss Patty Daniels?
Well, she left last night on Flight 7. She's probably in New York by now.
Flight 7, huh? Well, we can check that. I have a list of the passengers here.
Well, she's probably listed as Mrs. Darrel James.
We have a Mrs. Darrel James listed. Then Patty Daniels is the person who posed as Mrs. Darrel James. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, before booking you for murder, young man, you're going to identify the body of a Mrs. Darrel James, alias Miss Patty Daniels. You see, we just recovered all the bodies of the passengers in the crash of Flight 7. As I said before, it was all over the front pages.
Yes, Darrel James. The ironical coincidence led you to a confession. A simple routine question concerning the identification of a passenger listed as Mrs. Darrel James caused you to blurt out the real truth. It came so close to being the perfect crime, didn't it? And now it is time to close the book. In the case of Darrel James, as in the cases of all mortals, I, fate, am but the instrument of a plan. And the countless little things that happen are the tools with which I work. Darrel James made a decision for evil. Then I, fate, intervened. And because of little things, he unwittingly confessed to a crime for which he will pay with his life. Heed well the moral, you who listen, and remember, there is a page for you in the diary of fate.
Included in our cast were Herbert Lytton, Virginia Gregg, Joe Forte, Byron Kane, Ray Erlenborn, Jimmy Murphy, and Hal Sawyer. Diary of Fate is a Larry Finley production, transcribed in Hollywood.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Temple of Huizilpochle.
The drums again. They have such a plaintive sound to them, do they not, senores?
They have nothing. They give me the creeps.
You seem to know a lot about this area, Juan. Oh, a good deal, Senor Prescott. In the unexplored area is a race of people thought lost to the world. What do you mean? What people? When Cortez conquered Mexico, he did not conquer all the Aztecs. Part of the nation followed Cuitlahua down through Central America into South America, into Brazil, senores. Into an unexplored part of Brazil, on the very edge of which our camp lies tonight. Are you serious, Juan? Why should I lie, Senor Prescott? We stand close to death, the three of us.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present the Temple of Huizilpochle. And now for our story, an original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilpochle.
I didn't think that day when I came back to our apartment in Caracas after a talk with the old man that Fred Taylor and I were going to wish we'd never heard of oil.
That you, Mike?
Yes, Fred. What are you doing?
Taking a shower. Come on in. Well, did you see him?
I saw him, all right.
What'd you say?
I said I saw him.
Well, what did he say about the vacation?
He said no.
Well, how come? We have one coming.
Yeah, but not till we finish this next job.
Just a second.
Now, tell me what he said.
Ever hear of the Huayna River?
Yes, it's in Brazil. Empties into the Amazon.
Well, that's where we're going.
What?
That's right.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. The company just leased a big tract of land along the river. We're to go in and see if we can find any traces of oil or uranium.
Uranium?
Yes. Bartell's group flew over the tract. The way they've got it figured out, there's not only oil there, but also uranium.
So Bartell flew over it. Why don't they send Bartell to walk over it or paddling down the river like we'll have to do?
Well, Bartell is senior on the staff. He gets the cream. We get the hominy grits.
The Huayna.
Mm-hmm.
Say, if I remember right, there's some parts of that river that have never been explored. It's in the northern Mato Grosso region, isn't it?
Yes.
There might be a few natives in that unexplored part that wouldn't want us to be sticking our big noses into their business.
Well, the old man said he'd throw in an extra week in the States with pay.
Hey, I can hear you talk. When do we start?
As soon as we can pack and hop a plane to Cuyaba.
He doesn't want any grass to grow under our feet, does he?
I guess not. Hey, don't forget to pack your guns. We might need them. We cleared ourselves with the Brazilian Consul General in Caracas, picked up our visas, and at midnight boarded the plane that would take us to Cuyaba.
Mike, you wait.
There I am now. Where are we?
Just crossed over into Brazil.
Why'd you wake me?
I don't know.
Nice.
No, I don't know what it is. I can't sleep. I keep thinking we should never have started out on this trip.
Why shouldn't we?
It's a funny thing. I just have a feeling.
Yes, senor. Please be quiet.
Oh, got you, amigo. You go to sleep and keep the other passengers awake.
Just the same. I wish we hadn't started out on this safari. It's got me worried.
We landed in Cuyaba, got checked out by the Brazilian authorities, and then went about the business of finding ourselves a guide. Most of them were familiar with the territory leading to the source of the Huayna on the plateau of the Mato Grosso. But none of them had been any farther than 200 miles down the river, and none of them were willing to act as our guide. After we spoke to them, I received the impression that they were afraid. Fred was having a drink when he came up and spoke to us.
We're doing fine. We can't even find the guide.
Well, we can always follow the map Bartell drew up for us.
We're not in the mood to go into the lowlands alone, Mike. There are too many ways a man can die down there.
Well, what else can we do?
Pardon me, senores.
You want something, amigo?
I understand you are looking for a guide.
That's right.
I may be able to help you. My name is Juan Torrigo.
Well, have a seat.
Gracias, senor.
You care for a drink?
No, senor.
You know where we can get a guide?
Si.
Where?
I can guide you.
You know the Huayna River?
Si, senor. Most of it. And that I do not know. I am willing to make the acquaintance of.
Well, what do you know? We look all over Cuyaba for a guide, and then one falls right into our laps.
Right. When can you start?
When do you want to leave, senor?
As soon as possible.
The other guide said that no one was familiar with the river.
I am, senor. I will be ready when you want to leave.
Can you get the supplies and the boat we need?
You will not get a boat in Cuyaba, senor. Supplies and a canoe, that is possible. A boat, I cannot get that for you. Nor can anyone else.
We'll settle for that, then. Oh, you'll need some money. Here.
No, senor. I can pay for the canoe and supplies. You can repay me later.
Well, that sounds all right to me.
Perhaps you can rent an automobile and hire someone to come with us as far as the river. Then he can drive it back to Cuyaba.
That's a good idea. Now, as for payment...
I am not worried about payment, senor. I am sure I can trust you enough to pay me well for my work. I will be ready to leave tomorrow morning.
Good. Get the canoe and the supplies.
See, I will meet you at your hotel tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. From there, we can pick up our supplies. We leave early?
Yes, about 6.
Well, tomorrow morning we begin a great adventure. Buenas noches, senor.
Buenas noches. Seems to be a pretty competent guide, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, we'll know tomorrow morning.
Right.
Senores?
Yes, senorita.
I could not help but see you talking to Juan Torrigo, senores. I know you are looking for a guide. Has he offered to guide you?
Yes, he has. Why?
I would not do it, senores. He's El Diablo, that one.
What do you mean?
Many parties he has led out, senores, to the Huizilpochle River. Always, he has returned alone. Never has he brought back with him any of those he has led out. Something happens to them, senores, and they are never heard from again.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilpochle.
Notwithstanding the warning of the girl, we started out the following day for the source of the Huizilpochle. The roads for the first part of the trip were fair, but as we drew farther away from Cuyaba, they became worse. And we bumped and jolted our way along for the next 5 hours until we came to the source of the Huizilpochle. We unloaded the canoe and supplies and had to portage downstream for almost a mile before the stream became wide enough to use a canoe.
Where does this tract of land your company lease begin, Signore?
About 150 miles down the river, about 10 degrees south of the equator.
That is an unexplored area, Senor Prescott.
We had a party take a look at it from a plane first, before the lease went through.
But no one has ever been through the land underground. No one has ever really seen that area.
That's right, Juan.
How far do you think we can go before dark, Juan?
50, 60 miles, Senor Taylor. As long as we paddle with the current.
How far have you been down?
Oh, don't worry, Senor. I have been down this river quite far.
The current was swift, and we made excellent time that first afternoon. Towards evening, Juan spotted a good campsite, and we paddled into shore and set up camp. We had a good meal, and we were sitting around the fire when we heard the first drum.
With good luck, we ought to make the edge of the tract your company leads by tomorrow night, Signore.
That's when the work will really begin. You know, Listen. Drums.
Do not be afraid, Signore.
Where are they coming from?
Somewhere down the river, I think.
Listen. There's another one.
Have you ever heard them before, Juan?
Si, Signore. Many times before. But there is nothing to worry about. The way you look, one would think they were beating for you.
The drums pounded throughout the night. I didn't sleep very well with that incessant throbbing beating against my ears. Towards morning, they were quiet, and I fell off to sleep. By 6 o'clock, we were up, had eaten, and were on the river.
Rapids coming up, Signore.
Yeah, they sound pretty bad.
They are bad ones. We must be very careful.
We brought towels down here.
Look out, Signore. Here we go.
Look out. There's a submerged creek bus just ahead.
Oh, Signore.
Hey, we're heading for a rock.
Hold on, Signore. That is the worst of them, Signore.
I didn't think we'd ever get through those things alive. I was a little worried myself.
No, it's not the time to worry, Signore. The rapids are nothing compared to what may lie ahead.
What do you mean by that, Juan?
Oh, not a thing, Signore. But who can tell what may happen?
According to our map, we had reached the beginning of the company's tract of land. We made camp at a spot about 10 degrees south of the equator.
Good meal, Juan.
Gracias, Senor Taylor.
Yeah. According to the stories we heard, this is as far as anyone has ever penetrated down the Huizilpochle. No one has ever gone beyond this.
You are wrong in that, Senor Prescott. No one has ever gone beyond this point and lived. Many have gone beyond, and all of them have crossed into the land of their ancestors.
It sounds like a threat, Juan.
Why should I threaten you, Senor Taylor?
I don't know.
The drums again.
They have such a plaintive sound to them, do they not, Senores?
Plaintive nothing. They give me the creeps.
I wonder why they never explored this section of Brazil.
Many have tried, or have failed.
You seem to know a lot about this area, Juan.
Oh, a good deal, Senor Prescott. In this unexplored area is a race of people thought lost to the world.
What do you mean? What people?
When Cortez conquered Mexico, he did not conquer all the Aztecs. Part of the nation followed Cuitlahua down through Central America into South America, into Brazil, senores. Into an unexplored part of Brazil, on the very edge of which our camp lies tonight.
Are you serious, Juan?
Why should I lie, Senor Prescott? We stand close to death, the three of us.
Listen. Yes, I heard that cry before.
What is it? The call of Huizilpochle, the ancient war deity of the Aztecs. Huizilpochle calling into the night, ordering that the sacrifices be brought to him.
That drum is pretty close to it.
Quite close, Senor Prescott. And do you know what it is saying?
No, what?
It is saying that we come for the men of another age. We come to bring them back to the Temple of Huizilpochle.
You mean they're out there in the dark?
See?
I'm getting out of here.
I'm afraid not.
What did you get? That's my gun. How did you get it?
While you were sleeping last night, amigo. We are here! Huizilpochle! We are here!
What are you going to do with us?
You will run that soon, amigo.
Mike, look. They must have been hidden behind the trees out there.
¡Opadores! ¡Girana! They have been waiting for us. We will go with them to the Temple of Huizilpochle.
They didn't want to take any chances of our getting away, did they? They tied my hands so tightly, I think they stopped the circulation. That's the way mine feel, too. Yeah. I read about these when I was still a kid. Do you know where we are? No. Cortez found them when he first went into Mexico. This is the Teocalli, Temple of the Aztecs. What's in those two towers at either side of this landing? The sacred images of the presiding deities. And those blocks of stone in front of the towers? Those are the sacrificial altars. Mike, we have to get out of here. Look. Coming up the stairs to the top here. It's Juan Tarico. But he's not wearing the clothes he wore before. He's wearing a scarlet robe. Yes, so I see. The robe of the sacrificial priest.
Amigo. Are you enjoying our hospitality?
What do you intend doing with us, Tarico?
Don't you know?
No.
Have you looked over the side, amigos?
Yes.
And did you notice the people gathering?
Yes.
They have come to witness a ceremony. The altar of Huizilpochle has been dry too long.
What do you mean?
That it has been some time since the high priest has made an offering to Huizilpochle.
And we're to be the offering. Is that right?
That's right, amigos. You are to be the offering.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilpochle.
We stood on the square at the top of the Temple of Huizilpochle. Our hands were bound behind us. Before us stood Juan Tarico, who had offered to act as our guide. Only now he was attired in the ceremonial robes of the high priest.
Yes, my friends. You are to be the offerings.
You dirty...
No. You should not lose your temper, amigo. If you are nice, I will make sure your death is speedy. If you continue to act as you have in the past, I hesitate to say how long it will take for death to finally put its mantle on you.
We should have taken the advice of the girl in Cuyaba.
Oh, yes. The girl in Cuyaba. Opadores, Silana! Opadores, Silana!
Let me go! Let me go!
Let her go! Amigos, this is Maria Espanta, the girl who warned you about me. I had some of my men bring her here. She will be the third offering. And now I leave you until later. Adios, amigos. Lana! Madori!
What happened, Maria?
They came and took me that night. The night I spoke to you. Tarico must have been watching. And they brought me here. What will I do with us?
Kill us in the sacrificial ceremony.
Oh, no.
Maria, your hands are free. Untie us.
What?
Untie us. Maybe it'll give us a little more of a chance when the time comes.
See, I will untie you.
I wonder what they did with our guns.
I don't know.
They tie you very well, senor.
Yes, I know.
There. Now you, senor.
We have to get the circulation back into the...
Cut your wrist, senor.
Yes, I know.
There's something brewing. Hurry up.
It is done.
Grand. That feels better. Thanks, Maria.
What can we do, senor?
I don't know, but we're sitting ducks here. Let's try one of those towers. Come on.
Right. Just got a glance over the side. There must be 1,000 people down there surrounding the temple.
And they're all waiting to see us die. Inside, hurry.
Look, senor.
Human skulls lining the walls of this place.
The ancient Aztecs kept the skulls of their sacrifices.
How many have died here?
I wouldn't like to know. We're going to die here if we don't do something.
Hey, look. Isn't that an entrance over there?
Yes. Let's take a look.
It is a stairway that leads down inside the temple.
They're coming for us.
The only thing we can do is take that stairway. Here. You take one of these torches. I'll take the other. Maria, you stay right behind us. Let's go.
I only hope I'm not hopping out of the frying pan into the fire.
If we wait, it's certain death. At least we might have a chance this way.
It is so dark in here.
There's a landing just ahead. Careful now.
Right.
Lift your torch a little higher, Fred.
Hey, look. It's a room. If I'm not mistaken, right in the center, those are guns.
Guns. Let's take a look.
Hey, but they're not our guns.
Perhaps they are guns taken from the other men who came here.
That must be it. Guns and ammunition. We have something now to fight with.
Over on the other side of the room, the stairway continues. Will we take it, senor?
Yes, we will. But first we take the guns. All the guns and ammunition we can carry. Hurry. They'll probably figure that we came down here.
Well, they slipped up and they left Maria's hands untied.
I carry guns and ammunition, too. I cannot shoot, but I can load them for you.
Good girl.
How you fixed mine?
I have as many as I can carry. My pockets are full of bullets.
Oh, yeah?
I have 5 guns, and I carry this knapsack full of ammunition.
And what's holding us back?
You said it. Let's get going.
Right.
We have been walking for almost an hour.
When we came to the bottom of the stairs, I thought we'd come to an opening somewhere right away. No, I'm not so sure. Don't know where this tunnel is leading us.
I think we're pretty close to an exit. I can feel the air moving.
Do you think they are in back of us?
I don't know.
Oh, Torrigo will not be beaten this easily.
I know that.
Hey, look up ahead. Huh? Isn't that moonlight up there?
We are nearing the end of the passageway.
I wonder where we'll be when we come out.
There go the drums again.
But it's a different beat this time.
Perhaps they say to look for us.
Maybe. Say we're coming to the opening. Be careful when we step outside.
You think maybe...
I don't know.
Well, we're here.
Yes. And listen. We're close to the river.
You look like our camp was here. They must have come through the tunnel when they surrounded us.
That must be it.
I wonder if the canoe was still there.
Let's take a look, shall we?
I have a feeling that they are here. They have been waiting for us.
Where are you, Torrigo?
You did not think we would get away, did you?
The canoe is there. I see it. Look, we'll make a break for it. Hurry up. Take a gun in each hand and shoot when I give the command into the trees, anywhere. We'll all run for the canoe. If we keep our firepower up, we may be able to make it.
What you talk about, Torrigo? You go back. Come on, baby.
Get ready now. All right, together now.
Senor!
Get that canoe in the water. Hurry.
All right. Maria, get in. They're coming for us. Come on.
Hey, they're all together. Let's give them a volley they won't forget.
Do you think they follow us, senor?
No, Maria, I don't.
Not after what happened.
You know something?
What?
Torrigo seemed to be their leader.
Yes, and as soon as he fell, they clustered around him. No, I don't think they'll be following us.
Senores, where do we go now?
We'll go down the river till we come to a town. It'll be too hard getting back up.
What about the company, Mike?
I don't know about the company, but I'm not coming back here. It was too close for me. If they want to explore this country, they can send in someone else. I've come close enough to death at the Temple of Huizilpochle.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermits.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, The Nameless, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Hardin Wilkin Company. One moment, please. Good afternoon, Hardin Wilkin Company. Mr. Wilkin is talking on another line. Will you wait, please? Good afternoon, Hardin Wilkin Company.
No, I don't want any of it. Our advertising must pay for itself. I haven't any money to throw away on questionable charity. Goodwill be hanged. That doesn't put black ink in my ledger. No, tell them to peddle their magazine space somewhere else. I haven't any use for it. I didn't make my money to give it away. I have enough brains to make it. Let's hope I'll continue to have enough brains to keep it. Oh? Yes, Wills. Republic, 70,000 units, yes. American, 140,000 units. Standard, 95,000. That's grand, Wills. Huh? Well, never mind about that. You just bring in yours. I'll take care of filling them on time. Yeah? Yep. Right. 305,000 units in one day. I knew this invention would bring me a fortune. Over 3 million units the first year. Hardin Wilkin, a millionaire in 3 years. A millionaire. That's all that counts. A millionaire.
All right, there's the morgue. Pull up. Right. Hello, Alec.
Hello. So what you got?
Another John Doe for you.
John Doe, huh?
Yeah.
All right, bring him in.
All right. You got that in, Bill?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Where's he from?
Out by Coleman Swamp.
Brown?
Nope.
How then?
Don't know.
Coroner had a look at him?
Yeah. Performed the autopsy and still don't know how he died.
Here, put him on here and we'll wheel him in.
A little higher.
How come he's a John Doe?
Not a mark of identification on him.
Labels torn off his clothes, even the buttons ripped off. Murder, huh?
Looks like it. The question is, how?
Poison?
Coroner says not. Analysis showed no trace of poison.
Say, Alec, do we have to go back any farther with it? Why? I don't like this place. You've been to the morgue enough times for it not to bother you. It always does.
I want to get out into the fresh air.
Good thing my nose don't bother me. Well, okay, you can leave him here. I'll take care of him.
Coroner will be in tomorrow, Alec.
All right. I'll just check him in and wait for the coroner.
That's right.
Come on, let's get out of here. John Doe. Always bothers me when they bring them in. When they're not identified, they end up in Potter's Field. Seems to me a feller's soul just don't rest right when he's buried in Potter's Field as John Doe. I suppose when the names are read off, he'll know which one to answer to, and it'll be all right. But until then, I just can't see how his soul could rest peaceful. Now, let's see now. You'll take number 9, place. There, John Doe, number 9.
John Doe, number 9.
What?
John Doe, number 9.
Who started? Must be hearing things. This place always did have strange echoes. Maybe the souls that got separated from their bodies too quick. I hope someone claims you, John Doe, number 9.
I, Stanley Creighton, now John Doe, number 9, destined for Potter's Field, to rest among the nameless. Hardin Wilgan saw to it that identification was impossible. Hardin Wilgan. I thought he was my friend. My friend. I know now that he never intended to share the proceeds of the invention with me. He was just waiting until I had it perfected. How was I to know when he handed me the drink that afternoon a month ago that it was the first step toward Potter's Field? It was in the little shack in Coldman Swamp where he'd gone for privacy. Wilgan said,
Nearly finished, Stanley?
Yes, Wilgan, and it's going to work this time. It's going to work.
Good.
What have you been doing in the kitchen?
Just mixing up a little celebration drink.
You chemists are always mixing up some new concoction.
Here, stop a moment and try it.
All right. Smelled good while you were making it.
It is good.
It is at that. What is it?
Made mostly of herbs that grow around the cabin here.
Swell. Now, hold your breath. I'm all ready to try the unit. You hook those 2 connections to the battery while I get the thermometer attached. X goes to the positive terminal. Where's that ammeter? Yes, here it is. Ready?
Ready.
Connections tight?
As tight as the clamps will hold.
We're ready, then. I'll switch it on.
Motor's running perfectly.
Yes. Watch the thermometer. It's taking a nosedive already.
Down 15 degrees.
And look at the ammeter. The motor's drawing less than 3 amps of current.
The experiment is successful, then?
Of course it's successful. The unit will completely cool an automobile in less than half an hour, and will keep it cool as long as needed. The motor draws less than 3 amps. That's less than a car radio.
The unit can be run off the car battery indefinitely?
Of course it can. All the battery needs is normal charging. Hardin, the Wilgan-Creighton unit is ready for the market.
The Wilgan unit. Let's drink on it.
Our fortunes are made. Wilgan, we're rich. Of course we'll drink on it. Bring on your witch's brew.
That's a good name for it, Stanley.
Encase the motor as we've planned, and you won't hear a sound from it.
Here we are, Stanley. To riches and easy living.
To the successful marketing of the Wilgan-Creighton unit. And then on to more inventions. Hey, you'll have to tell me how you make that drink. It has a bitter taste that I like.
Yes, I'll tell you. Stanley, are you sure the unit is perfect?
Wilgan, I'd stake my life on its perfect performance.
That's a high stake.
That's how sure I am that it will do the work.
The next thing is to get the necessary patents.
You have all the papers, haven't you?
Yes.
Why don't we draw them up now?
Why not wait till the morning? We'll do that first thing.
All right. I feel a little sleepy.
Do you?
I think I'll turn in a few minutes.
Might be a good idea. I'm not very sleepy. I think I'll sit up a while.
That drink seems to have gone to my head.
In what way? How do you feel?
Very dizzy. My head feels very heavy.
Not as heavy as it will feel in a few more minutes.
What do you mean? Is it supposed to work that way?
Yes. It is supposed to work that way.
Why do you say it that way? Stare at me the way you do.
The Witch's Brew. That was a good name you gave the drink.
Don't you feel dizzy, too?
No. I didn't drink it.
Didn't drink it?
No. The Witch's Brew.
Why are you staring at me that way? Wilkin, you haven't...
Yes, I have. I've poisoned you.
You devil.
Try to get at me. Try to use your limbs.
I can't.
Your head's getting heavier.
Why did you do this?
Whose money is going to market this invention? Mine.
You wouldn't have anything to market but for me.
And whose solution are you using in the freezer?
I told you what mixture to use.
The Wilkin unit is going to make a fortune. The Wilkin unit, not the Wilkin Creighton unit.
Wilkin, don't do this. Give me an antidote.
There's no antidote known. I wouldn't if I could.
I'll go away. I won't lay any claim to the invention. For heaven's sake, don't kill me just to get it all for yourself.
You'll go away. I've made sure of that.
Wilkin, I can hardly see you. Give me an antidote. Save my life. You can't be so inhuman.
The poison is made from 2 common herbs that grow here in the swamp. Been known for centuries. In 24 hours, there will be no trace of it left in your body. With all identification marks removed from your clothes, and no relatives to come sticking in their noses. That was convenient, Stanley. You not having any relatives. Go ahead, writhe. In a few moments, when the poison is ready to overpower the heart, you will jump like a jack-in-a-box. They will find your body in a swamp, Stanley, near a spot I know of where the ground is hard. Won't leave footprints. Kick. Go on, kick. This was the only sure way. This unit is going to make me a fortune, and I'm not going to share it. It's over. He's dead. No one will ever know who he is or how he died. Life is going to be easy now. Riches, luxury. I'm safe. They'll never trace this to me. They won't know who he is. Got to get him out of here. Drag him outside, then see if I can lift him. Got to get out of here. Got to get out of here.
Got to get out of here. Got to get out of here. John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here.
I don't like this making the rounds in the morgue at night. Never did. Somehow I like it less tonight. Too many echoes in this room tonight. What was that?
Got to get out of here.
Too many echoes of lost souls in the morgue. It's number 9. I swear I saw his hand move. It is moving. It is. It raised its head up and looked at me. Number 9 is getting up out of his coffin.
Got to get out of here.
Talking. I hear him playing. Help! Help! They're moving and talking. Help! Help!
John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here. Got to get out of here. John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here. John Doe.
A dead man gets up off the slab in the morgue and is now wandering through the city streets. Where is he going? What is he going to do? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
John Doe number 9 wanders through the streets. Those who pass don't realize they've seen a dead man walking by them. It is now mid-morning. The skies are overcast, and in the summer gloom, John Doe approaches a certain building. Listen.
Going up. Up, please. Take me up, please. John Doe, number 9.
Floor, please.
Hardin Wilgan Company. The Hardin Wilgan Company.
18th floor. Hardin Wilgan Company is the third door to your right, sir.
I know. Third door to right.
What's the matter with that guy?
Good morning, Hardin Wilson Company. Just a moment. I'll have to look it up. I'll call you back in a few moments, Mr. Andrews. Yes, sir. What did you wish?
Hardin Wilgan.
This is the Hardin Wilson Company.
I want to see Hardin Wilgan.
Whom shall I say is calling?
John Doe.
What's that?
I am called John Doe. Mr. Wilgan knows me. He knows me.
What did you wish to see Mr. Wilgan about?
The Wilgan unit.
Just a moment, then. I'll call Mr. Wilgan and find out if he can see you. Mr. Wilgan and Mr. Doe... Wait a minute, sir. You can't go into his office yet. Oh, look. Look, there's that man. He walked right through the door. He didn't open the door. He walked right through it. Help! Someone come here and help. Oh, help. Everything's getting black.
Grace. Hello. What's wrong with that girl? Who wants me, did you say?
John Doe, number 9.
What?
I want you, Wilgan. I, John Doe, number 9. You remember John Doe, number 9, don't you, Wilgan?
Stanley Creighton.
I am John Doe, number 9.
For a moment, I thought you were Stanley Creighton. You look like Stanley Creighton.
John Doe now. Number 9.
How did you get in here? What do you want?
You. Hardin Wilgan. I want you.
Get out of here. Get out of my office. Who are you?
You know me, Wilgan. You remember the witch's brew?
Stanley.
You remember now.
Stanley Creighton is dead. You're an imposter.
No
Get out.
longer am I Stanley Creighton. You saw to that. I'm John Doe, number 9. My residence is the morgue. My resting place, a cold slab of marble.
Get out of my sight.
Look at my hands in the daylight, Wilgan. They're turning black. The blood is drained from my body.
Go stop.
Look, Wilgan. See? Here is the long slash on my body. The autopsy revealed no poison. You were right. Your crime was clever. You reckoned with everything but me.
Get away.
It'll do you no good to call for help, Wilgan. You've come face to face with me. Your face is white hot now, too. Like mine. Your heart is burning with fear. Your time on earth is almost drained away.
Help!
Your mouth is dry and parched, Wilgan. You feel dizzy.
No.
Try to use your limbs. You can't. A glass of water sitting in front of you. You need water.
Yes.
Drink it, Wilgan, drink. It wasn't water, Wilgan. Poison.
What?
You hear me? Poison. You have drunk poison.
Help! Help! I'm choking. I can't breathe.
You'll speak no more. It's all over, Wilgan. You reckoned with everything but John Doe and death. I, John Doe, number 9. My work is done. John Doe, number 9. John Doe, number 9. John Doe,
I found her just like this, Doc, lying on the floor.
She just fainted, that's all. She'll be all right in a moment.
I thought I heard someone call help. Sounded like it came from the Wiggins Company, so I ran in and found her lying on the floor. Then I ran down to your office, Doc.
She's going to be all right. Take a drink of this, please.
She was calling help.
Help.
That's what she's saying now.
Mr. Wilgan. Mr. Wilgan.
What about Mr. Wilgan?
A man who said his name was John Doe walked right through the door. Walked through it. I saw him.
He what?
Don't you understand? He wasn't real. He vanished through the door into the office.
Is this Mr. Wilgan's private office?
Yes. He vanished through his door.
I guess I'd better find out from Mr. Wilgan what this is all about. Mr. Wilgan. Pardon me, Mr. Wilgan, but... Wait. What's wrong here? Come in here, quickly.
What's wrong, Doc?
Mr. Wilgan is... The man is dead. Dead.
The man. The strange-looking man. He walked through the door, came in here and killed Mr. Wilgan.
There are no wounds. Must have been his heart. I've never seen such a look on anyone's face before. He died in horror. Terrible horror.
I told you I can't stand this place, Alec. And it's worse at night. You think I like it after all that's happened? What are you bringing me back for? I just gotta see. I gotta see. You talk like a wild man. I think I'm losing my mind. Here. We're going to look at him. Who is it? You remember. John Doe, number 9? Yeah, I remember. He's lying here quiet now. Like all the dead lie. Sometimes you think you can see him breathing. Cut it, Alec. I heard him. I heard him speak. I saw him move last night. I saw it. You know, you're plain nuts. Is that so? Well, listen. You saw the evening paper, didn't you? Sure, I saw it. You read about Hardin Wilgan, didn't you? Yeah, I read it. Died in his office today. Sure he did. The coroner says it was just a case of heart attack. No signs of murder. Yeah. Well, what are you talking about? They didn't bring the body of Hardin Wilgan to the morgue. No. But you read about the girl in his office, didn't you? How she says a strange-looking fellow came in the Wilgan Company, said his name was John Doe, and how he walked right through the door. They say she was seeing things. Well, what about it? And listen. You know what I think? It was this John Doe. Him. Lying here. He walked into that office. Alec, you are crazy. Crazy, am I? Dead bodies lying in morgues. They don't get up and walk out in the streets. You don't think they do. No one thinks so. But me, I think so. Now I do. I tell you, I saw this John Doe number 9 move on the slab last night. I heard him speak. I've always said a man buried as John Doe didn't rest easy in his grave. I want to get out of here. This one didn't rest easy. Even before we put him in the potter's field. It's like he really didn't die at all. And look at him now. Lying here. Quiet. Quiet and somehow peaceful. You know, he even looks different than he did last night. Sort of like he had gone to sleep in death.
John Doe does rest peacefully now. Yes, his work is done. John Doe number 9 even scores with Hardin Wilkin. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept a great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who rose from a watery grave to accuse the living of his murder. A tale titled, You Only Die Once. Here is the tale, You Only Die Once, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. The story begins some years ago in the beautiful Winthrop mansion on the Hudson River. It is early evening, and John Winthrop, just home from the city, enters the drawing room to find his wife, Vivian, reading a telegram.
Good evening, darling. Who's the telegram from?
Oh, John, it's from my brother, Jerry. He's arriving tonight from Los Angeles. His train gets into Grand Central at 10 o'clock.
Well, that's fine. I'm very anxious to meet your brother, darling.
Oh, John, you'll love him. Jerry's a grand person.
I'm sure he is, Vivian, if he's anything like his sister.
Oh, for that you deserve a kiss. Oh, John, I'm so excited about Jerry's visit.
Well, if having Jerry here makes you so happy, we'll have to make his stay a permanent one. Come on, darling, let's go to dinner.
Mr. Norton is here, sir.
Hello, Jerry. Come in. I'm John, your brother-in-law.
Hello, John.
Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Oh, it's so good to see you again.
Well, stand back and let me look at the bride. Vivian, I've never seen you looking so beautiful.
Now, John, you know why I'm so fond of Jerry. Oh, Jerry, dear. What suddenly made you decide to come east? You said nothing about it in your last letter.
Well, you know your brother. Always making quick decisions. I gave up my position in Los Angeles to come east. I intend to settle down and find a job in New York.
In New York?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jerry, that's wonderful. John, did you hear that?
Yes, darling, and I think it's a fine idea. As I recall, Jerry, Vivian said you were an executive.
That's right.
Well, then, I think I've got you a position.
You mean you know of an opening? Or with whom?
Myself.
You?
Yes. For the past week or so, I've been contemplating hiring an assistant. My doctor told me I was overworking and needed one.
Oh, there's nothing seriously wrong with you, I hope.
No. Just that my heart acts up a bit now and then when I've been working too hard. Well, what do you say, Jerry? Will you accept the position?
All right, John. And I'll do my best to be of real assistance to you.
No, you don't know how happy this all makes me. John, do you think Jerry might come here and live with us?
I think that's an excellent idea, if Jerry is agreeable.
Well, there's nothing I'd rather do, but, well, are you sure I won't be in the way?
Oh, Jerry, of course not. John and I would love to have you live with us.
Of course we would.
All right, then. Thank you both very much.
Good. Then it's all settled. Well, I must be off to bed. It's almost midnight, and I promised my doctor I'd be in bed every night by 11.
I'll be up shortly, John.
Oh, take your time, Vivian. I'm sure you two have a good deal to talk over. Good night, Jerry.
Good night, John. Well, sis, how have you been?
Oh, darling, if you only knew how much I've missed you these past months. Well, aren't you even going to kiss me?
Of course, darling.
Oh, darling, I've waited a long time for that. It seems years.
It's only been 6 months. How have you been doing, darling?
Not bad. Not bad at all. See this diamond bracelet? It was my wedding present from John.
What else have you gotten?
2 other bracelets, a necklace, and 4 rings.
What's it all worth?
Amounts to a little over 100,000.
Not bad, considering you've only been married 3 months.
Oh, how much longer will I have to go on keeping up the act, though, Jerry?
Never give up a gold mine until it's played out. And unless I miss my guess, John is still good for plenty more.
He's a very rich man.
Exactly. So you and I are staying here until we've worked, John, for every cent you can get. Then when the time is right, you'll sue for a divorce and a big cash settlement.
A few months went by. Months in which John Winthrop found himself increasingly happy. Vivian was all that he'd ever dreamed of in a wife. And Jerry, as his business assistant, was invaluable. In his happiness, John lavished gifts on his wife and paid Jerry an exceedingly handsome salary. The three lived in complete harmony until one night late in September.
Is that you, Jerry?
Yes. How are you, sis?
In seventh heaven. Jerry, why didn't you tell me John was leaving for Chicago tomorrow morning?
Well, he didn't make up his mind until late this afternoon at the office. Where is he now?
He's looking high and low for some papers in a brown envelope.
Oh, it must be the Anderson papers he wants. I have them right here in this briefcase. Say, where is he? I'll give them to him.
He's up in your room.
Up in my room?
Yes, when he couldn't find the papers in the study, he went upstairs to see if they were in your desk.
In my desk?
Yes. Jerry, is anything wrong?
I don't know. Let me see. Did I lock my desk this morning before I left for the office, or didn't I?
What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? It makes all the difference in the world. If he should...
You seem to be quite upset, Jerry. Is it because you were afraid I found your desk unlocked? That I might come across these?
So, you found them, huh?
Yes.
What do you have there, John?
Merely some newspaper clippings, Vivian. Allow me to read you a couple. The first one is dated 5 years ago, and it's from a New Orleans paper. Underneath a picture of Jerry and you, it reads, Mr. and Mrs. Philip Gordon, arrested for $10,000 jewelry theft at Mardi Gras party.
Where did you get that clipping?
I found it, along with several others in Jerry's, or should I say Philip's desk.
Oh.
Allow me to read you another clipping. Mr. and Mrs. Philip Gordon, who pleaded guilty to the $10,000 Mardi Gras jewel theft, were today sentenced to prison by Judge Sawyer. Philip Gordon received a sentence of 3 to 5...
I don't want to hear any more. Stop it. Do you hear?
It was very clever of you two to pretend to be brother and sister when actually you were man and wife. No doubt sometime in the future, Vivian was to divorce me and receive a handsome cash settlement.
Yes, that's right. We had planned that. But our plans seem to have been spoiled. What do you intend doing?
I'm not going to Chicago tomorrow morning. Instead, I'm going to see my attorney and prosecute you both to the full extent of the law.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were
Yes,
you.
John, think of your reputation and your family name. They'd be dragged in the mud if this ever came out. You wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
You think you can blackmail me into silence, don't you? Well, you're wrong. Come what may, I'm going to see to it that you're both punished.
Jerry, he seems ill.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
I'm perfectly all right. I think we've said everything that's to be said. I'm through with words now. First thing in the morning, I'm going to see my attorney and have you both exposed. You're going to learn you made a fool of the wrong man.
And now to continue the story, you only die once, as it is written in the sealed book. After John had gone to bed, Jerry silently paced up and down the drawing room, trying to figure a way out of their dilemma. Vivian watched him anxiously, her face pale and drawn.
If John goes to his attorney in the morning, it'll mean stiff prison sentences for the two of us. You can be sure of that.
Jerry, I couldn't stand going to prison again. To be separated from you. If they send me to prison, I'll die.
You know how I feel, darling. The same way. There's only one way out.
One way out?
Yes. We must see to it that John doesn't go to his attorney in the morning.
Jerry, you don't mean... Oh, no, Jerry, no.
If we don't get rid of him, it'll mean prison. Do you prefer that?
Oh, no, but I'm so afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of. I have a scheme that can't miss if we play our cards right.
Are you sure?
Positive. The best thing about it is its simplicity.
What is this scheme of yours?
John's gun is in that desk over there. I'll use it to get rid of him. Once that's done, you and I will carry him down to the boathouse.
To the boathouse?
Yes. There I'll fasten some weights securely to the body. Then we'll take him out in the launch to the deepest part of the river and drop him in. The weights will take him to the bottom and keep him there.
But, Jerry, in a few days they'll start looking for him. They'll drag the river.
They'll start looking for him, but they won't drag the river. For as far as the police are concerned, John will have gone to Chicago.
But how are you going to make them believe that?
It's very simple. I have here John's ticket on the 6:30 train tomorrow morning for Chicago. After we've disposed of the body, you'll drive me to Grand Central Station, where I'll board the train as John Winthrop.
Oh, but, Jerry, you could never pass as John. You're so much younger.
Nonsense. John and I are about the same height and build. If I were to wear John's glasses and a false mustache, in the early morning light, no one would notice the difference.
You wouldn't actually go to Chicago, would you?
Of course not. After I had made sure that I was seen by the conductor and the porter at the station, I'd secretly slip off the train at the first stop.
Oh, I see.
A few days later, we'd notify the police that John had gone to Chicago, and we were worried as we hadn't heard from him.
They'd naturally check to see if he'd taken the train. The conductor and porter would satisfy them on that score. The police would begin a nationwide search.
But, darling, they'll ask questions, hundreds of questions.
All we have to say is that you drove John to Grand Central Station and watched him leave on the train to Chicago. Stick to that story and we're safe, do you understand?
Oh, yes, Jerry.
Remember, that's all you know. John got the 6:30 train for Chicago, and that was the last you saw of him.
All right, darling. I won't slip up.
That's the spirit. Now, it's just 11 o'clock. We'll wait 2 hours to give John a chance to fall asleep. At 1 o'clock, we'll go up to his room and do what must be done. You all set, Vivian?
Yes.
I'll open the door. Right now.
He's sound asleep.
Yes. Just hold that flashlight steady.
Hurry, darling, hurry.
Steady, Vivian. Quiet. It's all over.
Jerry, is he dead?
Yes. He never knew what happened.
Oh, I'm glad he didn't wake up. I'm so glad he was sound asleep.
Now, you pick him up by the feet while I get him under the shoulders. The next stop for John is the boathouse.
The river's the deepest, just about 50 yards from here, Jerry.
Then that's the place for us. Cut the motor when we reach it.
We're just about there, Jerry. I'll cut the engine and we'll drift the rest of the way.
You'll have to give me a hand with him, Vivian. With these weights around him, he's quite heavy.
All right. What do you want me to do?
You take his feet while I take him by the shoulders. When I give the word, we'll both lift and toss him over the side. You ready?
Yes.
Then lift.
Oh, Jerry, he's so heavy.
Just a little more. That's it. Now, I'll drop him. Well, darling, that's the last of Mr. John Winthrop. Now we'd better be getting back to shore. There's still quite a bit that remains to be done.
Keep your hat pulled down and your collar up, Jerry.
Right. Pardon me, conductor, but can you tell me where my compartment is? The name is Winthrop. John Winthrop.
You have your ticket, Mr. Winthrop?
You have it, don't you, darling?
Oh, yes, here it is, conductor.
Let's see. Car 3476. That's this car right here. You just go aboard. The porter will show you to your compartment.
Thank you, conductor.
That's quite all right, Mr. Winthrop.
I think we can count on him to remember I got on this train.
I'll pick you up at the 125th Street station.
Right. I'll wait there till you arrive.
Goodbye, John. Take care of yourself.
I will, Vivian. I'll phone you tomorrow night from Chicago.
Don't forget, John.
I won't. Bye.
Here I am, Jerry.
Come on. Let's get in the car and away from here.
All right. Did everything go all right?
Perfectly. After the train pulled out of Grand Central, I had the porter show me to my compartment. I told him I hadn't slept for 24 hours, and I didn't want to be disturbed until we reached Chicago.
You didn't forget to give him a tip, did you?
No. I gave him a $5 tip, just as we'd planned. Don't worry, that porter will remember me.
Good. You're certain no one saw you slip off the train just now?
Well, I'm positive. I took off my disguise before I left the compartment. Everything's working out just as I planned. All we have to do is sit tight for a few days. Then wire the men in Chicago who had appointments with John. When they tell us that John never kept his appointments, we'll get in touch with the police. And with tears in your eyes, you'll beg the police to find your missing husband.
And now to continue the story. You only die once, as it is written in the sealed book. Following Jerry's plan, 2 days after John's death, Vivian notified the police that her husband was missing. Shortly afterwards, she was called on by Lieutenant Richards of the Missing Persons Bureau.
You say, Mrs. Winthrop, the last you saw of your husband was when he boarded the train for Chicago?
Yes, Lieutenant. I waved to him as the train pulled out of the station. That was the last time I saw him.
A week passed, and then 2. But the police found no trace of John Winthrop. It was as though he had vanished off the face of the earth after he had boarded the train for Chicago. The noted financier was reported seen in half a dozen cities all over the country, but each report turned out to be false. The newspapers played up the strange disappearance of John Winthrop, but after he had been missing a week, the story lost its interest for the public and was quickly forgotten. When 2 weeks had passed, Jerry took Vivian, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, away for a rest. Making no secret of their destination, they went to John's Mountain Lodge, high in the Adirondacks.
Would you like a cocktail, Vivian?
Yes, Jerry. Oh, darling, isn't it wonderful being up here, just the two of us?
It lacks only one thing to be perfect, music. Let there be music and let the wine flow freely.
I'll turn on the radio.
Here's looking at you, baby.
And here's to our good luck. May we always have it.
Oh, we're sitting pretty. Someday the police are going to give up looking for John, and then you're going to become a very, very wealthy widow.
You really think so, Jerry?
Of course. Naturally, it'll take time, but...
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news report. At 10:35 this morning, New York Harbor Police found the body of the missing financier, John Winthrop, in the Hudson River off 54th Street. The dead man had been shot in the head, and the police believe he was murdered. They are looking for his wife, Mrs. Vivian Winthrop, and Jerome Norton, her brother, for questioning. For further details, listen in on our regular news period at...
Jerry, how could they have found him? How could they?
I tied those weights securely, but somehow the body must have slipped out of the ropes and come to the surface.
Jerry, what are we going to do? You heard what that announcer said. The police are looking for us.
Yes, I know. And once they take our fingerprints, it'll be the end. They'll learn about New Orleans and that we aren't brother and sister.
Well, Jerry, we just can't stay here. We've got to run for it before they catch us.
Run? Where can we run to?
Oh, I don't know. Mexico, South America, any place. We have my jewels. They're worth over $100,000.
Yes, but what good are they? What we need is cash, and all I have with me is $300. We don't dare go to your bank. They'd pick us up immediately.
Oh, I'm sure there's some place we'll be able to sell my jewelry. I'll pack my things at once.
Vivian, there's no sense in running away. How far do you think we'd get? The police are probably on their way here already.
Jerry, what's wrong with you? We've got to run away. There's no other way out.
There is another way out, if we're willing to take it.
What way is that?
The easiest and simplest way out of all troubles, darling.
Suicide? Oh, no, Jerry, no.
Would you rather go to the chair, or even worse, be sentenced to life imprisonment?
Life imprisonment? Oh, no, I couldn't stand that.
Don't you see, darling, we have no choice. We're gamblers who played for high stakes and lost.
Oh, Jerry, I'm afraid. I'm so afraid.
It's better than rotting behind bars for the rest of our lives. Don't you agree with me, darling?
I know you're right, Jerry, but I don't want to die. I want to live.
So do I, Vivian, but... Do you hear sirens?
Jerry, the police. They're here already.
Yes. A police car and 2 motorcycle police are coming up the road. They'll be here in a minute or 2.
Oh, Jerry, what are we going to do?
We have the choice of going back with them and standing trial for murder, or the other. You know what my choice is.
How are you going to do it?
Poison tablets. I have them here. I've carried them a long time against just such a moment as this.
Will we suffer much?
No, darling. A moment or 2, then it will be all over. The police are almost here. We haven't much time.
All right, Jerry.
Now you're being the good loser that I always knew you were. Here's a tablet for you, darling, and one for me.
Will one be enough?
Yes, more than enough. Don't be afraid, Vivian. Do it quickly without thinking about it. Here, I'll take mine first. There. Now, you take yours.
All right, Jerry.
That's it. There. That wasn't so hard, was it?
No.
Well, darling, they're here. But nothing they can do or say can matter to us anymore. We've beaten them, do you understand? They can't touch us.
Yes, Jerry.
I'll let them in now. Hello, Lieutenant. Come in, come in. You remember Mrs. Winthrop, don't you?
You can stop the acting, Norton, or should I say Gordon. We know who you and Mrs. Winthrop are.
Oh, so you've already found out, huh?
Yes. We did some fast checking this morning after Winthrop's body was fished out of the harbor. I'm going to have to take you both back to headquarters.
I'm afraid you're a little late, Lieutenant.
A little late?
Yes. You see, a minute or so before you arrived, my wife and I took poison tablets.
What?
In a very little while, we'll both be well out of your reach.
Grogan, get the first aid kit from the squad car.
Yes, sir. You're wasting your time, Lieutenant. You're never going to send us to prison for John Winthrop's murder?
Murder? We don't want you for Winthrop's murder.
You don't want us for John's murder?
No, for the simple reason he wasn't murdered.
What are you saying? I shot and killed him myself.
You only think you did. An autopsy this morning showed that John Winthrop died of heart failure. All you did was put a bullet into a corpse about an hour later.
You mean he was already dead? Dead when I shot him?
Yes, that's right.
Lieutenant, help us. Don't let us...
Jerry, I can't breathe. Help me.
Lieutenant, don't let us die. Save us. Save us. Don't let us...
Lieutenant, get the first aid kit. It's too late, Grogan.
You mean they're dead?
Yes. The chief only wanted them for questioning, but if ever two people deserved to die, they did. There was murder in their hearts. Yet I'll be doggone if the law would have been able to do anything to them. We couldn't have held them for murder.
Yeah, that's right. It would have been hard to make a charge of bigamy stick with Winthrop dead.
I guess about the only thing we could have held them for was mutilation and illegal transportation of a corpse. Yes, justice sure has a strange way of working itself out.
And so ends the tale. You only die once, as it is written in the sealed book. The uncanny hand of fate reached out for the two who had ruthlessly planned the death of an innocent man and doomed them to die through their own actions. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one. Ah, yes. A weird and magic tale of a strange life and an even stranger death. And of a murder terrible beyond all belief. Be sure to be with us again next time when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is written by Bob Arthur and David Kogan.
search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. But I must ask you to tread warily. We have some strange characters to contend with. Be a little tolerant. After all, they are only inhuman. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so light, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. Chris and Jean are seated in the tower, and the only sound is the night song of the crickets. But let Chris himself take up the tale. Yes, we sit in the car all right. Yet there is another sound which cannot be heard, but it's felt. The silent, even tread of death as it stalks through the darkness surrounding us. Joan sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which separates us forever. It began that evening when she came round for supper.
Hello, Chris.
Joan, I was beginning to worry.
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
Is that a promise?
Yes, Chris. This is our last date.
What?
I can't see you again. Not for a while.
But what is this?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it.
But I've got a right to talk about it. After all, we're engaged.
Oh, Chris, please, please, don't ask any more questions. Just believe it. It's got to be this way. It's just got to be.
We began supper. Joan sat across the table from me. Her face was drawn and bleached down. I had to make her talk. I had to find out what was wrong.
Believe me, Chris, nothing's wrong.
But there is, Joan. Something's happened to you.
I told you not to ask questions.
There's something you're afraid of.
Why do you say that?
Because it's written all over you. Your eyes, the way you sit there, everything you say, everything you do.
No, you're wrong. Why should I be afraid? Why?
Oh, right. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a phone call for you, Joan.
Phone call?
Yes, about half an hour before you came. A woman. She said she was phoning from Ludlow Park. Well, that's all she said, except that you would understand the message. The cup Joan was holding fell out of her hand and crashed to the floor. For a moment, she sat there rigid and white. And then, suddenly, she bolted out of her chair and hurried to the door. Joan, wait! Where are you going?
An appointment. I have an appointment. I must run.
With the woman who called from Ludlow Park?
Let me go. I'm
letting you drive out to Ludlow Park this time of the night by yourself.
Chris, you must stay out of this.
But why?
Because that's the way it has to be. Someday you'll understand. Someday you'll understand everything.
After she'd gone, I thought of the woman who'd called from Ludlow Park. There was something familiar about her voice. Pacing the room didn't help, so I sat down and switched on the radio. By accident, I tuned to a police message. You may call it coincidence, but I knew it was more than just chance.
Roberts, Patrol Car 31 calling headquarters. Roberts, Patrol Car 31 to headquarters. As ordered, proceeding to Ludlow Park to investigate murder.
Searchlights had attracted a crowd of morbid curiosity seekers.
All right, sir. Stand back now. It's all right. Let me through. May I get through, please? Hey, here, I just stand back there. Yes, I'd come up on the person who was murdered. So did all the other sensation seekers. I said get back there.
You don't understand. I can identify the body.
Identify the body?
Yes, I know the one who was murdered.
There's much left to identify after that night. You come with me. I'll take you to the sergeant.
Fine. I tried to stop her coming out here. I told her.
Huh? Here, wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
With Joan Vickers, my fiancée. The woman who got murdered.
Murdered? What? You got it all mixed up. It wasn't a woman who got slashed. It was a man.
Yes? What is it?
Hello, Joan.
Chris, what are you doing here?
I've got to talk to you.
Oh, it's very late. Tomorrow, call me tomorrow.
No, Joan, now, tonight.
But
It's got to be now, right now.
All right. Come in. What is it, Chris? What do you want to talk about?
Ludlow Park.
Ludlow Park.
And the murder out there.
Murder?
Why do you act so surprised? You should know about it. You went out to Ludlow Park tonight?
Why do you say I went there?
Because you told me. The woman I spoke to on the phone, she was out there.
But I didn't go. I changed my mind. I came straight home after I left.
You're lying. What are you hiding? I spoke to the porter downstairs. He said he saw you come in barely 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago?
Where were you, Joan? Where did you go after you left my place?
I put my car in the garage, and then I walked. I suppose I walked longer than I realized.
Where did you walk to?
I don't remember. Oh, Chris, please don't ask me anymore.
Where did you walk to?
No, I don't remember. Chris, please, I'm very tired. Please go. I'll talk to you in the...
Joan.
What is it?
In this waste paper basket. There's a pair of gloves in here.
Gloves?
Yes, here. Look at them, gloves. They're covered in blood.
Those gloves? How did they get into my basket?
The blood stains are still moist. Look at the initials.
J.C.
Joan Vickers, your gloves, Joan.
But I didn't wear them tonight. But the blood, how did it... Chris, who are you calling?
I'm getting by the police.
Oh, Chris, wait, you mustn't. Don't call the police.
Why not?
Because they won't believe me. No one will believe me.
Joan, I'd believe you.
Just put the phone down, for heaven's sake. Put it down.
Thank you, Chris. I wasn't really going to talk to the police. I just wanted to make you open up to me, to tell me everything. Now, what is it? What is it no one will believe?
It's that woman. That horrible woman.
The one who called from Ludlow Park?
Yes. Oh, she's evil. Chris, as evil and as black as the devil himself. She's the one who knifed that man to death tonight in the park.
And you say you weren't there?
I wasn't there.
Then how do you know it was a man who was murdered? I didn't say whether it was a man or a woman.
Didn't you?
No. I didn't say how he was murdered. Yet you knew he was slashed to death. If you weren't there, then how did you know?
I'm mixed up, Chris, but I can't explain. He was here just before you came, that woman. She told me what she did. She told me every horrible detail. She made me...
You keep saying she. Who is this woman?
Believe me, Chris, I don't know.
Not even her name?
Not even that. The first time I saw her was about 2 weeks ago. That's when I started to break our date. You remember?
Yes, but...
Well, one night when I came home, she was here, in the apartment. I was standing right here, taking my hat off. And when I looked in the mirror, I saw her there, behind me, grinning at me, a terrible, hateful grin. She said we were going to be like sisters. Blood sisters.
Why didn't you tell me about her before?
I was afraid of her. She has a strange power. I can always feel her near me. She said that if I told anyone, she'd kill me. Well, now I've told you. That means I'll be murdered. She'll find out and kill me.
No, she won't, Joan. You'll be all right. If you're telling the truth about this mad woman...
I am, Chris. Believe me, it's the truth.
Then I'll find her, Joan. I'll find her and stop her. I set out to find this strangely evil woman. No name, no address, not much to go on. Just Joan's description. A thin woman, about Joan's size, auburn hair like Joan's, and grey eyes. Not much. But there was that phone call she made to my apartment in Ludlow Park.
Well, this is the switchboard, Mr. Ryan, about the phone call you got last night, the one you wanted me to check on for you.
Did you find anything?
Well, my boyfriend Albert got the information. Handy having a boyfriend who works for the telephone exchange.
You got the number, then, from where the call was made in Ludlow Park?
Oh, funny thing about that, Mr. Ryan, the call didn't come from there.
But it did.
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Albert got the exact information. The call came from 786-248. That number is in the center of town.
786-248 was Joan's phone number. The call came from Joan's flat. What was it for? There was something faintly familiar about it. Now I know what it was. It had the same quality as that of Joan's voice.
Hello, Mr. Ryan. Oh, there's something I can do.
Well, I'm in a hurry, Miss Keith. If any messages come in for me, just say I'm at Miss Vickers' flat.
Miss Vickers? Well, there's no use you're going there. She's not at home.
Not. But how do you know?
That's what I wanted to tell you. Miss Vickers called half an hour before you came in. She left a message. Said to tell you she'd gone to Ludlow Park again.
CID, Detective Sergeant Roberts speaking.
I'm calling to prevent another murder at Ludlow Park.
Well, you're calling about 15 minutes too late. The ambulance is on its way back from the park now. And there's a corpse inside with more knife holes than you can count.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste of uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so light, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
was here again. Chris, you've got to save me from her before it's too late.
Joan, where have you been?
Here, Chris. I've been right here all the time.
Then why do you have your hat and coat on?
My hat and coat?
You've been out.
No, I haven't been out. I've been sitting right here.
There's fresh mud on your shoes.
But I couldn't be.
Well, look at them. Look at them. Mud from that soft earth out at Ludlow Park.
I didn't go to Ludlow Park. I wouldn't go out, Chris.
Then why did you phone me and leave a message that you were going out?
Phone you? I didn't phone you.
Joan, I want the truth. Where were you tonight? You were out of this apartment. Where did you go?
I don't remember going out. Oh, please believe me, I don't remember anything. She does this to me. She comes to visit me and I forget everything except that she was here.
Joan, are you sure there's another woman?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Is there really a woman or...
Oh, there is. She's real, alive. You've got to believe me.
I'm trying to, Joan. I'm trying with all my might. You know nothing about this new murder.
Yes, I know. She told me.
She told you about the second murder?
She told me.
The same kind of murder, a man, deep knife slashes, almost complete mutilation of the face.
Oh, it's a horrible thing, Chris. She laughed when she told me about it. She laughed this fiendish laugh. Oh, Chris, my time will come soon. Take me away from her, where she cannot find me.
No, Joan. No, you're staying here. And tomorrow afternoon, I'm taking you to a doctor.
A doctor?
Psychiatrist.
You don't believe what I've told you?
Yes, but
You think I'm mad?
Oh, just do as I asked, darling. Dr. Fisher may be able to help both of us.
I'm not sick. I'm all right. I'm just frightened.
You explain it all to Dr. Fisher.
I won't go to a doctor. If you don't believe me, then no one will. No matter what you say or do, I'm not going to a doctor.
I had that talk with Joan last night. This afternoon, I went to see Dr. Fisher alone. I told the doctor as much about Joan as I felt it safe to mention.
A clear case of schizophrenia, Mr. Ryan. Split personality.
But that can't surely be, Doctor. This young lady I told you about is aware of both personalities.
Mr. Jekyll was also aware of Mr. Hyde.
Yes, Doctor, but that was fiction.
Fiction is often no stranger than truth. These split personalities have no power to prevent the sudden changes in identity. And when the personality shift occurs, other changes often accompany it.
What do you mean?
Well, there are often slight physical changes, such as posture, gait, and frequently vocal quality.
Her voice! I told you about that. The voice of the woman on the phone was different, yet there was a similar quality.
Exactly, Mr. Ryan. I strongly urge that your friend be given medical attention as soon as possible.
I wanted to bring her with me today, Doctor. She refused to come. If only there was some way of getting it.
No, pardon me. Come in.
Sorry to interrupt you, Doctor, but there's someone waiting outside. A very agitated case.
I'll be through in a moment. Have them wait.
Oh, she insists on seeing you immediately. Her name is Joan Vickers.
That was another surprise, but a happy one. Joan wanted to help herself, but she wanted to do it alone. I could understand that. I left the office and waited outside under a tree in spite of the rain. I stood there for about 10 minutes, and then... A scream came from the house. I rushed across the lawn, back into the building. I opened the door to the doctor's office. The nurse was standing in the center of the room, sobbing hysterically. On the floor at her feet was Dr. Fisher. His face was slashed to ribbons. No other woman, Joan. time, the other part of it. You killed Dr. Fisher. In your crazy mind, you thought you'd get to him before I did.
Please don't talk like that. You've got to believe me. There is another woman.
It was you who called me the other night. You called this apartment before you came to my place. You used the voice of your other personality. That's why I didn't recognize it.
I didn't phone you.
You don't realize it now. You don't realize all those terrible things you're capable of doing.
If you love me, don't say
I love you, a mad killer like you.
I couldn't. The other woman, she...
I told you, there is no other woman. You described her to me. And that fits you, too. Thin like you, your height, auburn hair like yours. You told me you first saw her standing behind you when you looked in a mirror. You were looking at yourself. Yourself.
Wrong, Chris. And I can prove it. She's here now, in this flat, in the other room. Oh, come with me, Chris. I'll prove it. I'll show you. Here, Chris. There. See you.
The bedroom was empty. There was a mirror on the wall directly opposite the doorway where we stood. Draped across a chair was a woman's coat. I recognized it. It was Jones. It was still wet from the rain.
She's gone. She must have gone out the back way.
She was never here.
But that coat. You can see it's still wet.
Yes, and it's your coat.
It is mine, but she took it. She wore it. Oh, Chris. She must have been able to hear what I told you. She'll kill me tonight when I meet her at the park.
You can stop that now.
Oh, but don't you understand? She'll kill me. She said I'd come to the park to meet her tonight. She said that nothing could stop me from coming. She has this terrible power over me. If you don't stop me, I know I will go.
You're going to Ludlow Park tonight.
What?
I'm taking you there.
But you'll kill me.
No. There won't be any other murder tonight. Because there is no other woman to kill you. That is why I'm taking you. To prove that there is no other woman except you. We arrived in Ludlow Park 10 minutes ago. And now we sit here in the car. Jones sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which will separate us forever. I've just taken the keys out of the ignition.
Chris, where are you going?
I'm leaving you here in the car alone. I'm going for a walk. I'll be nearby.
Chris, you can't leave. She'll come and kill me.
I told you I'm going to prove to you that there is no other woman. You'll be alone in the car for a while.
Oh, Chris, wait. Wait, come back. Hello, Jones. You came to the park just as I said you would. He didn't believe me. He didn't believe. I told you no one would believe you. And I warned you not to tell. Why did you choose me? Because one day I saw you in the street. You were so much like me. I told you we were like blood sisters. You're good and I evil. Yes, that's it. Evil. That is why I became so attached to you. Good and evil existing side by side in the same body. Only it wasn't the same body, was it? You know why I wanted you to come here, Joan. You're going to kill me? Yes, I'm going to kill you. But it isn't going to look like murder. Not at all. As you said, no one believes I exist. And after that, I won't exist. Because you'll be dead. A suicide. Suicide? No knife this time. A gun. The one I have here in my hand. It will look as though you shot yourself.
Are you afraid, Jones?
Yes.
Well, think how wonderful death will be. You won't be afraid anymore. The pain passes in a fleeting moment, and then there is nothing left to feel or fear. Now, a shot from this gun.
For 21 years. It was the first time I've ever shot a woman. Before we left tonight, I telephoned Sergeant Roberts, and thank goodness I did.
She's dead?
Yes, in the back seat. But I wouldn't look if I were you. Manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Silver King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Weird circle. In this cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in The Weird Circle.
The past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, Frankenstein.
The wind howling outside my lonely home is my only companion. All else is quiet here, as I sit by my window in the parlor, writing this document for the scientific world. Be warned, you doctors and scientists who come after me. Be warned that man must not experiment with the secrets of life. My experiences started in the University of Manchester, where I was studying natural history. It was after class, May 22nd, 1818, that Professor Waldman, my close dear friend Henry Clerval, and myself were in the laboratory of the university.
Victor Frankenstein, your persistence amazes me. Someday I shall sit at your feet and allow you to teach me.
Thank you, Professor Waldman. But the whole subject of the structure of man has always been too clouded in mysticism.
Well, frankly, Victor, I prefer mysticism.
That's because you're a mystic, Henry.
Why, Henry's no more a mystic than I am. He just loves to avoid arduous work.
Oh, translating that means I'm lazy, eh, Professor?
Well, if you prefer to put it that way, I rather think of you as a student whose nervous structure does not take kindly to natural history.
The professor's kinder to you than you are to yourself, Henry.
Well, if I worked as hard as you do, Victor, I should probably wear that same gaunt, sleepless look that you carry about.
Well, my experiment will be finished tonight. And then I'll manage the 8 hours sleep that other men manage.
The secret experiment will be finished tonight, huh?
Well, then, will you tell us just exactly what you're doing in the basement at home?
I'll tell the entire world. As a matter of fact, I stayed after class this afternoon, Professor Waldman, to ask you to join me this evening in the basement of our place to watch the completion of my work.
Oh. Well, how about me?
I don't think I dare invite more than one, Henry. And the professor is more interested in this type of procedure than you are.
I shall be delighted, Victor.
Just the best friend who never knows what's going on in his own home, that's all.
It's not that, Henry. But I thought you'd entertain Elizabeth for me, while the professor and I were at work.
Entertaining Elizabeth will be a delightful favor, old boy. You know, I think you trust me too much with her. Have you ever met Victor's fiancée, Professor Waldman? She's one of the most charming...
Yes, Elizabeth was one of the most charming, beautiful women I'd ever known. I had been in love with her from childhood, but even my love for Elizabeth couldn't dim my passionate zeal for the work I was doing. It was 8 o'clock that evening. Henry, Elizabeth, and I were seated in the parlor. Elizabeth was saying...
I'll be so glad, Victor, darling, when all this is over. If you only knew how tired you look.
The minute my work is done, successfully or unsuccessfully, I promise you, Elizabeth, we'll be married and off to Switzerland before Henry has time to lock up this place.
But first, we find out about the secret in the basement.
Henry's being eaten up by curiosity.
I don't blame him. I'm suffering pangs of what's it all about, too.
Well, you'll both know soon. I wonder where Professor Waldman is. He's late.
He'll be here soon, Victor. Stop pacing the floor, sweetheart.
I think I'll start my work downstairs. Send the professor down when he arrives, will you, darling?
We'll come down ourselves and take a look around. Or will I turn into a pillar of salt for peeking?
Nobody ever turned into a pillar of salt for peeking, Beth. It was for looking back.
Oh, nothing like a good practical working knowledge of the Bible for scientific experiments. Starts the night off right.
Yes, I thought jokingly of that paragraph from the Bible then. And she was turned into a pillar of salt. But what about a man who looks back? There is no ready reference for him or for me. I went downstairs to my laboratory at a little past 8, opened the door, and started to tinker around to pass the time more quickly. My every sense was alive, taut, waiting, with the sense of what was to come. I heard a knock on the side door, which led me from my laboratory directly into the forest, which bordered Manchester. I looked out and...
Good evening, Victor.
Oh, did Elizabeth tell you to come down this way, Professor?
No, I found the entrance to your laboratory quite by myself.
I help you with your coat, sir?
No. You proceed with your work. Nothing like trivialities to annoy a scientist at work. There we are.
Well, follow me, Professor, into the back room, and you'll see for yourself what this is all about.
Well, I feel that I'm in for a most exhilarating evening. I wish I had more students fashioned in your mold, Victor.
Well, Professor, here is my...
Why, what's this? A full-sized replica of a man.
Yes, only he isn't full-sized. He's fashioned on a grander scale. I should say this creature standing up would be approximately 8 feet 2 inches tall.
Well, you should have been an artist, Victor. He's a perfect reproduction. What did you make him out of? Wood? Clay?
Animal flesh.
Flesh?
Feel him.
Oh, feels like the body of a dead man.
Or the body of a man who hasn't as yet been brought to life. This body is complete in every detail. Heart, lungs, teeth. Even the fine nervous system.
Well, it's interesting. Yes, interesting. How about the brain cells?
Yes, adult brain cells. I think he's quite handsome, don't you?
Well, each man to his own taste. He's the best reproduction of a man I've ever seen, but actually his face is hideous. As a plastic surgeon, my dear Victor, I'm afraid I can't give you much credit. Well, what do you intend to do with this hulk?
You see this fluid here in the test tube?
Yes.
I filled the hypodermic needle with it. And now I'm going to inject the full 8 ounces into the vein, directly above his heart.
But why?
Watch. You see, Professor, quite by accident, I stumbled on the secret of life. I've been bringing small one-cell creatures to life for quite some time.
The secret of life?
Within 30 seconds, after this injection, this creature will live.
You're trying to play God, Victor. It's heresy.
It's science. I'm making a new race, by far finer than the present one. Larger in structure, stronger, heavier, healthier. A race able to live on nuts and berries. With a greater capacity for feeling.
Victor, for the love of heaven, don't go through with this experiment. No man living has the right to tamper with the secret of life. You've created a monster on that floor. You've no idea what will happen if you go through with this.
Watch, Professor. The injection.
I only hope and pray this is a failure.
It can't be. His eyes moved. Watch him, Professor. He's like a baby, first realizing life. His hands touch the floor. His eyes are trying to focus on the world around him.
He's hideous.
Yes, he's hideous. I made the skin too much like parchment, I'm afraid.
Victor, get rid of that monster.
Trying to stand up.
If that mind which you've created is a twisted one, have you any idea what kind of horror you've let loose in England? As a humanitarian, I feel it my Christian duty to do this now.
Put that knife down, Professor.
No, I can't let... Oh, he's got me in the clutch of his hand. Command him to stop this, Victor.
Stop fighting him, Professor. He's frightened. He has the same reactions as a child, grabs and won't let loose.
Let me go, monster.
Stop! Don't go out that door. Put the professor down. Don't go out that door. The monster left my laboratory through the side entrance into the forest, carrying the incredibly mangled body of the professor with him. I rushed out of my laboratory after him, but the creature was faster than I, and he disappeared from view. I returned to my laboratory and destroyed all evidence of the creature's manufacture. I burned the blueprints from which I had made his body. Then, carefully, I locked my laboratory and went upstairs to join Henry Clerval and Elizabeth. I must have looked wild-eyed as I entered the room.
Henry, that's most amusing. You tell the best anecdotes in all of England.
Oh, you flatter me, Elizabeth.
Oh, Victor, you're through sooner than we expected. Darling, what's the matter?
Didn't the professor show up? Nothing's the matter. My experiment was a failure.
Oh. But the professor...
He never showed up. Beth, Henry, I want to go away.
Of course, darling, we will, as soon as Henry can get the house locked up.
I don't want to wait. I want to leave at once. Tonight, please, tonight, Beth. We can get married before we cross the channel and then go to Switzerland.
But it's almost midnight now, darling.
What's the difference? Please, Beth, if you love me.
But why tonight, Victor?
Henry, you've no idea what I've been through. I have to get away at once.
Of course, darling, if you insist. Anything you want.
And we'll be married before daylight. Darling, darling Beth. I know a little minister whom we can awaken. And so Beth and I were married that evening in a little chapel on the coast. Then the three of us fled to Bern, Switzerland. I refused to have anything to do with the civilized world. No newspapers, no word of home. Just the peace and quiet of the Swiss mountains. Henry and Elizabeth both tried to learn of the events which had occurred in my laboratory that evening. But I never broke my silence on that subject. After the first tries, they refrained from asking me about it again. It was in the middle of the 4th month of our visit when Henry and I were sitting on the terrace of the little house in the mountain. Beth was out picking berries when Henry suddenly...
Victor, I'm your closest friend. I've tried to keep silent about... Well, Victor, the day after we left England, I bought a newspaper.
Did you, Henry?
Yes. I saw this clipping on the front page. I couldn't very well miss it.
Well, what clipping?
This one. The horribly mangled remains of Professor Waldman was found on Beekman Hill. The identity of the unknown murderer is being sought by Scotland Yard.
Poor Professor Waldman. I'd no idea.
Hadn't you?
No. What are you trying to say to me, Henry?
You're leaving England so suddenly that very night. Your fear of being discovered, the secret experiment. Well, it all seemed to add up to some kind of strange connection with this clipping. Now, if you're in trouble, Victor, you can depend on me. I'll stay by your side.
I'm not in trouble. I'm just tired, terribly tired.
And you know nothing of the professor?
Absolutely nothing.
He didn't come to our chateau that evening.
I told you he didn't then. Stop questioning me.
Victor! Victor!
We're out here, Beth.
Oh, I've just had a horrible experience. Oh, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
You're pale, Beth. Sit down right here next to me.
Well, what happened, Beth?
Well, I was walking in the woods not far from here when I looked up and saw... Well, I saw a man. Sort of a man standing over me.
Well, men aren't so bad. That is, if you happen to know the right ones. And you do.
I'm not joshing, Henry. He wasn't exactly a man. He was twice the height of anyone I've ever seen. And his skin looked like dried parchment. It's incredible, but I think I've seen a monster.
Monster?
Yes, I ran away. He didn't follow me. He just stared after me, watching me. You do believe me, don't you?
A monster stared after you?
Look, Henry. Victor, through the trees right out there. Look! There he is again!
Yes, the monster stood there, silhouetted against the trees. The monster which I had created, standing like an evil blot of flesh and bone, moved in the darkening twilight. And then suddenly, phantom-like, it disappeared. Beth and Henry both watched me as I started from the piazza after the disappearing creature in the backwoods. As I drew near to the heavily wooded section, giant footprints in the soft mud about me showed the path ahead. The sun was sinking in the west, and the last orange pinpoints of light needled my flesh until every sense within me was tingling with the expectations of seeing my living horror. Then I realized I was unarmed. Every crooked tree, each twisted branch which obstructed my path, appeared to be his form. I heard the crackling of a branch and the moving of a form on the velvet moss.
I thought you'd come, Creator.
You.
Are you frightened, Creator?
You dare talk to me.
Please, don't turn away from me. Please.
Let me go.
I mean no harm to you. Listen to me, Victor Frankenstein. You must listen to me. You created me. You owe me that much.
I owe you nothing, murderer.
Why am I a murderer? Because you created a form so horrible, a face so distorted, that no man can look upon me and call me friend. I'm an outcast. You can save me.
Let me go.
Not until you hear my story. Sit down, Creator.
My arm! Let me go.
I wandered through the streets of London that first day. Children screamed in the streets. People flocked together trying to kill me. And I was lonely and hungry.
How did you follow me here?
Not so long ago, I returned to my birthplace, the laboratory, broke in and discovered your identity. But first, I fled to Scotland and lived outside of a cottage. That's how I learned to speak. An old blind man was teaching a young French girl to speak English. I listened to the lessons from the open windows.
Now, what do you expect of me?
A companion. A woman of the same species, with my defects. One who will be my friend. This being you must create.
No, I'll not do it.
You must. Every man's entitled to a wife.
No.
You must. If you create her for me, I'll take her with me into the far wastes, and no one will ever see either of us again. Ever.
How will you live?
On fruits and berries. We'll manage together. Please, you can't deny me this.
A maid. A monster's maid.
You will? You will. I swear, I'll never harm another human. Never create her. If you'll only grant me just one companion.
And if I refuse?
If you refuse, even a brain that you have made, Creator, might become twisted and distorted.
And so that night in the forest, I made a devil's bargain. I bargained to create a monster's mate, perhaps another murderer. How could I know? The monster swore to live in the forest and wait a year or 2 years if necessary, and upon completion of my work, he would take his companion away. But if I broke my promise, he swore revenge. And so I started work. I searched Paris for the necessary equipment, built a shack in the woods about a mile away from our chalet. 3 months I worked, 3 solid months, shaping her who was to be his mate. And then, one night, it was windy outside. I thought the wind had blown the door open when...
Victor, I'm sorry. I had to disturb you.
Is it Beth?
No, not Beth. She's fine and sends her love. It's the townspeople. Your activities have stirred up a lot of curiosity.
Oh, the fools!
Well, I can't blame them, especially after the rumors which have been going around. Rumors of the... Victor, you know the monster in these forests. You've known of him all along. People have seen him and connect him with you. Mothers in the village are frightened of their children.
I know nothing.
Look, I'm only trying to help you.
I know nothing, I tell you.
But the men have banded together. They're going to make a raid on you here, to burn your laboratory down, and to find the monster who lives in these woods.
They can't. They mustn't.
Oh, what devil's work are you carrying on, man? I'm trying to help you. Oh, Victor, will you please let your friends be your friends?
Henry, go back to Beth and leave me alone.
Beth is safe at home. You're in danger, and I won't leave your side this night, my friend.
Then be prepared.
Prepared for what?
You've guessed many of the reasons for my secrecy.
Then there is a monster.
At school, I stumbled on the secret of life. I was trying to create a superior race. I was a fool, and I created him instead.
And he does live?
Yes, he lives.
Professor Waldman. What happened to Professor Waldman?
The night I created the monster, Waldman became frightened. He screamed, attempted to kill the creature. The creature, like a child, warded him off and then tore him to pieces in front of me. I couldn't stop him. The monster had killed before it had really begun to live.
Then what?
The monster left the basement through the side entrance, carrying the professor's corpse. I had no choice. I had to leave the country.
Oh, what are you doing with that creature now?
Fulfilling a promise. Follow me into my cabin and I'll show you. How soon do you think the townsfolk will be here?
Oh, within 2 hours or so. They're meeting in the square in town.
Come in.
What? A woman?
Yes, a woman. The monster's mate, his friend. I promised him a friend. And in return, he swears to hide himself forever from the world.
A devil's bargain, Victor.
A bargain I must keep for all our sakes.
But the monster proved himself a murderer time and time again. Why, in London, after the death of Professor Waldman.
Time and time again.
But how do you know that the mate won't be even more vicious than he? You'll let loose an avalanche of hatred. Oh, destroy her before you bring her to life.
Yes, avalanche of hatred.
Look, you've no time to waste. Set fire to this cabin quickly, Victor. Set fire to the cabin and come away. But man alive, you can't go through with this thing.
But the promise.
It's a promise to a fiend. He'll be your death and ours, Victor. Oh, hurry, man, hurry, if you've any love for Beth.
I've been insane with grief and fear for Beth and you. Go back to Beth, Henry, at once and wait for me.
And you?
I'll set fire to the cabin as soon as I destroy my books. I'll join you later.
Oh, hurry, friend. We'll meet you home as soon as you can make it.
For 1 full hour, I worked feverishly. I soaked the shack in oil, and then taking a taper from the vase, I lit the fire. The fire started quickly. I placed my books in the very center of the room, and then opened the door of my shack. The experiment was at an end, and I felt free. The monster's mate would never live. I walked out, and then I saw him, his face contorted with rage.
My wife! My only chance to have a friend! My only chance!
I knew then what was in his mind as he raced through the forest in front of me. The blazing shack was a beacon of light, and I saw his huge, misshapen form outdistance me, far outdistance me. He was faster than I, taller than I, and covered more territory. Racing, running blindly through the forest, I reached my home. The door of my home was flung open. Henry, mutilated and torn, stumbled blindly toward me.
Victor, the monster.
Henry, what?
I tried to, Victor.
Henry, you.
Beth, no. Upstairs.
Beth, I'm coming, darling, I'm coming. I'm coming upstairs. I'm coming, darling, I'm coming. If you kill her, Beth! Beth, oh, my darling. My darling. Oh, Beth, no. No. Both you and Henry. Both dead.
You two are alone, Creator.
Yes. Both of them were dead. All my dear ones gone from me now. And I'm alone. The wind howling outside my window is my only companion. All else is quiet as I sit by my window, writing this document. I am dying of loneliness and fear, shunned by the world, hated by everyone. I know I am waiting only for the monster's return, and he, having eluded the world, will return when I've suffered my full share of misery, as he has suffered his.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story Frankenstein. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale in The Weird Circle.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Many of the objects on exhibit here in the Black Museum, as you undoubtedly know, are weapons of murder. They're not always knives, bludgeons, guns. Murder is done with a great variety of instruments never intended for that unpleasant task. These wrinkled sheets of what appears to be black blotting paper have been responsible for a great many deaths. In fact, they were manufactured for that purpose and sold openly years ago. It's true that most of the deaths these papers caused were perfectly legal, in fact, to be desired. But these particular ones figured in a case of most revolting murder. You see, these are old-fashioned flypapers. Once they were impregnated with arsenic, soaked in water and left standing about in a saucer, they furnished a working solution of pure arsenic. The flies who sipped it found their way at once through the pearly gates. So did any unwary pets who sampled it and some careless people. On the 20th of September 1911, a rather shabby fat man called on Inspector Oliver Peters at his office in New Scotland Yard.
My name is Pete Van House, Inspector. I live in Finsbury Park.
Finsbury Park, let me think. That's near Holloway Prison.
It's just beyond Holloway Road, yes, sir.
Yes. Well, what brings you here, sir?
Well, sir, to put it quite plainly, my aunt is dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Van House, sir. Pete Van House.
I'm sorry to hear about your aunt, sir. But to what...
My aunt was not... Oh, how shall I say it?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Van House. Say what?
Well, I mean she was not very nice.
Oh.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Inspector Peters. May I sit down?
By all means, sir.
Thank you. My aunt had money.
Oh.
Oh, no, not a great deal, I suppose, in some ways, but quite a good sum. And what I have always expected would be my share one day. Considerable sum to me, you see.
And you didn't get it?
No, I didn't. Of only me and my wife. Naturally, we expect to She lived with us.
And when she died?
Well, no. I must admit we quarreled once in a while.
I see.
Oh, no, you don't see. I mean, that wasn't it. Although we haven't seen her for nearly a year, still...
Blood is thicker than water, you're going to say?
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. Blood is thicker than water. That's what I always tell my wife.
You said your aunt wasn't living with you?
No, she'd gone to live with the family in Tollington Park. That's a street, Tollington Park, in Finsbury Park. Only a little way from where my wife and I live.
That's where your aunt died?
Yeah, that's where she died. In this fellow's house, and I wasn't even told about it till after she was dead and buried. I was the only living relation, and I expected...
And you weren't mentioned in the will at all?
Oh, yes, I was mentioned in the will. Oh, yes. Yes, I was in it.
Well, then I don't understand.
I was left £10, and I didn't even get that. I
well,
don't
Mr.
think
Van
that...
Hals, I'm sorry.
And £10 was all the money she had left.
What?
That was all the money she had, I tell you.
Where was the rest of it?
He had it.
Who?
This Simons, this man who... Her landlord, the fellow who owns the place where she was living.
How did he get it?
I don't know. But he had it. He's still got it. That's not all. She left me £10,
yes.
But he showed me where he'd spent £11, 10 shillings, 10 halfpenny for her funeral expenses. £1 and 1 shilling and 10 halfpenny more than my paltry legacy.
Well?
And since I was next of kin, I had to pay it. So my rich aunt dies, and I am out 30 shillings.
30 shillings and a halfpenny.
What do you think of that, sir?
Well, Mr. Van Hals, I'm dreadfully sorry for you.
But can't you do anything about it?
How do you know he's got the rest of her money?
Why, he showed me the papers.
Oh.
Looks legal to me, but I'm sure it's not. Look here, Inspector, I don't want it all. I want only my share, but as the sole surviving relative, well, it was a lot of money.
Was it?
Well, £4,000 isn't tram fare, Inspector.
£4,000?
£4,000.
Well, my best advice to you, Mr. Van Hals, is to consult a solicitor.
Solicitor?
You need to have someone look at those papers you spoke about. You're sure they were signed by your aunt?
Why do you think I came to Scotland Yard, Inspector?
Well, now.
My aunt, may the Lord rest her poor soul, had a fine marble tomb she bought for herself in Highgate. Paid £700 for it. She always talked about being placed in it when she passed away.
And?
This fellow Simons, he knew about it. My aunt was always talking about her last resting place. He knew about it all right. You know what he did?
I'm sure I don't.
He had her buried... I didn't even know she was dead. He had her buried in a common grave in Islington with 8 other bodies.
Well...
But don't you know murderers do that?
That was no basis for an accusation of murder, of course. But the circumstances did warrant an investigation, Inspector Peters thought. So he paid a visit to Bertram Simons, the man who had been Miss Hogg's landlord. That was the aunt's name, Miss Hogg, Miss Winifred Hogg. Mr. Simons, the landlord, was a businessman.
Yes, Miss Winifred Hogg rented the second floor of my house here some 11 months ago. I'd be glad to answer any questions about her and our business relations, any I deem proper, sir. Your name is Peters, sir?
Inspector Peters, yes, sir.
Who sent you here?
I was not sent here by anyone, Mr. Simons. I came here in the course of my duties as a member of the Criminal Investigation Department.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Now, what would you like to know about Miss Hogg?
Well, sir, with your permission...
Did Van Hals send you here?
I think I told you, sir, that nobody sent me here.
Oh, yes, that's right. But Van Hals has been complaining to you about me, hasn't he?
Mr. Van Hals has spoken to me, sir, yes. I would like to...
What did he say?
I don't think that...
Oh, yes, it has. He's accusing me. I met our Mr. Van Hals, Inspector.
May I ask you a few questions, Mr. Simons?
He's disappointed.
May I ask you...
You may ask any questions you wish.
Well, then...
I'll answer the ones I feel are proper. I've said this woman lived in my house for 11 months. I can give you the exact period.
I don't want...
11 months. Less 1, 2, 4, 6 days to the time she died. Her weekly rent for the entire second floor of this house was 15 shillings and sixpence, which I think was extraordinarily cheap. Don't you? Now what else?
You had other financial arrangements with Miss Hogg, I understand?
I did.
Would you care to say anything about them, sir?
I don't think it's any of your business. But I see no reason whatever. It's purely a business arrangement. I'm a businessman, Inspector.
I'm sure you are, sir.
Miss Hogg was, let me say, suspicious of the finances of the present government. The Lloyd George budget, for example, caused her a great deal of trepidation.
A great many people seem to share that trepidation.
I'm sure I don't, sir. I've never had cause to fear for the soundness of the British Empire.
I wasn't suggesting...
She suggested to me that she would be willing to turn over to me such bonds, securities, and monies as she possessed.
She did?
Yes. What she wanted was security. Freedom from worry, she said. She asked me if I'd be willing to pay her an annuity for life in return for what monies and securities she possessed.
And you agreed?
I did that, and she made over all her assets to me. I'll show you the papers.
Yes, but...
Is anything wrong, Inspector?
I don't seem to find a record of your agreement to pay her this annuity you speak of.
£3 a week. Let me see. I was sure I had it.
Yes, but...
But what?
These seem to be your records of payments to Miss Hogg.
Well, that's what they are. 10, 15, 20, 30 weeks at £3 per week until the 8th of September, the day she died.
I don't see any record of her having received the payments, Mr. Simons. And is there a record of the whole transaction? I mean, a signed agreement between you two?
There is not. Miss Hogg didn't wish to have any further agreements in writing, about the matter of the... I think she didn't wish other people to know she was receiving an annuity.
This is most extraordinary, Mr. Simons.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Miss Hogg was not very much of a businesswoman, you see.
Obviously she was not. But you're a businessman, aren't you, Mr. Simons?
There's nothing wrong about that.
Well, these appear to be in legal form. But I'm not prepared to say what Mr. Van Hal or a court of equity would be likely to say to it.
It's legal, all right.
What about Miss Hogg's will, then?
I had several copies typed up. I was a witness to it. Yes. Yes, here's the will.
Yes, it's essentially what Mr. Van Hal said. He was bequeathed the sum of £10 by his aunt.
£10, yes.
I see.
And here's the undertaker's bill. £11, 10 shillings and 10 halfpenny. I advanced this amount to the undertaker.
Leaving Mr. Van Hals in your debt in the sum of 31 shillings and a halfpenny.
He paid me.
Yes. What's this?
Oh, that's the undertaker's original bill. Signed paid by him. Here.
That's what I'm looking at. What's this item? Remitted to Mr. Simons, £1, 1 shilling. F. Anderson.
That's the undertaker's signature.
No. The item.
Oh, commission.
Commission?
10%. I gave him the business. He paid me for it.
You made a profit?
Yes.
On the funeral?
Of course. What's wrong with that? I'm a businessman.
Yes. Why did you have Miss Hogg buried in a common grave, Mr. Simons? Because it was cheaper?
Partly, yes. But did you see her death certificate? Of course not. Let me show it to you.
What about the tomb she owned in Highgate? Why wasn't she buried there?
Look at the death certificate, Inspector. See here? Cause of death? Epidemic diarrhea. Epidemic diarrhea, sir, is a contagious disease. Isn't it better to bury that kind of a corpse in a grave with half a dozen other victims of the same and not risk passing the disease on to healthy people? Answer me that, sir.
Well?
I'm not a fool, Inspector. You're too squeamish, young man. You think I'm a heartless person because I'm not ashamed to take my profit, don't you? Well, that's your opinion. But I assure you, sir, that I'm not a fool. Not by any manner of means, Inspector, I'm not a fool. Now, is there anything else you want to know?
You can't prove anything by an interview like that. Some of us oldsters here at Scotland Yard say there are people who can smell a crime. Inspector Oliver Peters was that kind of man. It took an extraordinary amount of sniffing, though, before his nose pointed in the right direction. I suppose it was Van House who gave him the suggestion. He came into Peters' office to inquire what had occurred, and Peters told him.
I don't like it at all, Van House.
I can't say anything at all, sir, but I believe he treated my aunt very badly. I don't know what he did to her.
What's that?
Well, when I was at his house there in Islington, the day before I came to see you.
Yes?
Well, I saw the room she lived in. He showed it to me.
Nice room?
It was filthy.
It was.
I don't believe he took any care of her at all. Flies...
Well, a sick room. Well, fly paper is cheap enough.
Well, there were saucers in the room with fly papers in them, 3 or 4 of them. But all the water had dried up, and there was nothing but the dried-up poison papers left, and I saw that they were...
Poison?
What? The poison papers were all dried up.
Excuse me.
Did I say something?
Stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Peters was in Basil Pearson's office in 2 jumps. Basil Pearson was the famous Home Office pathologist. He died last year. This was 40 years ago, remember. Peters had a question to ask.
Sorry to burst in on you like this, Basil.
What's chasing you?
Look here. You're familiar with the symptoms of this epidemic diarrhea, aren't you?
Of course. Afraid you've got it, old boy?
Oh, of course not. What I'd like you to answer me is, are the symptoms anything like the symptoms of arsenic poisoning? Arsenic's what's in flypaper, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes, under certain circumstances. If a person was suffering from this epidemic thing, the presence of arsenic might not be suspected. The patient's dead, of course.
And buried.
No, unless arsenical poisoning was suspected, there's enough similarity to warrant certifying that death was caused by the epidemic thing.
Good. Now, is there enough arsenic in flypaper to cause death?
Under certain circumstances.
You can identify arsenic in a dead body, too, can't you?
Well, the body's not been dead too long. In lethal quantities, you mean?
Yes.
Well, it's not generally too difficult.
How much is a lethal quantity?
5 grains or upwards. You planning on murdering someone? I shouldn't recommend arsenic.
How long after death can you find arsenic in a body, Basil?
In good time, I should say. How long is this one?
About 2 weeks, I think.
That's not long at all. Why, post-mortem for me? I'd rather hope to get away for a holiday tomorrow.
Oh, it won't take you long to do a PM, Basil. Come on, old boy.
Well, got the papers.
I'll have them for you by tomorrow.
All right. Where is it?
Islington.
That dreary place.
Islington Cemetery, to be quite honest.
Well, thank heavens arsenic acts as a preservative.
I'll give you a hand.
Just get me the papers, old boy. Shan't even pack a kit bag until I see the papers, you know. Oh, by the by, is it a he or a she?
She. I'll go and see if I can get George Redmond to give me the papers at once. Thanks ever so much.
Don't fret too much if he won't let you have them at once, Oliver.
What?
Well, she can't get away.
There's a small mortuary near Holloway Prison, which is not far away from Islington Cemetery. There's a laboratory there, too, not a very complete one, but Basil Pearson said it would be satisfactory. They found the arsenic.
Offhand, I'd say the body contains a fatal quantity of arsenic.
Good.
I think so, I said, remember. I had to take these samples of tissue and whatnot and check them quantitatively first, but I think so.
But arsenic is present.
Soaked in it.
How about whatever it was she was supposed to have died of?
It doesn't look like it from the inside here. It might have looked that way in an ordinary examination. Obviously arsenical poisoning. Now that we know the arsenic's here.
Inspector Peters went back to see Mr. Simons, the businessman. Mr. Simons didn't seem to be very excited, and that rather puzzled Inspector Peters. But he tried not to be obvious about it.
What's so hilarious, may I ask?
Oh, you look funny.
Oh, do I?
Have you been outwitted by a clever criminal, Inspector?
I don't think I have, no.
Well, pardon me for laughing. But you did look funny. What can I do for you, Inspector?
Are you agreeable to answering a few questions, Mr. Simons?
Oh, you're a very inquisitive man.
I am.
Well, I'll give you the same answer I gave you before. I'll answer such questions as I think are proper.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Very well.
Well, begin, Inspector.
Very well.
Oh, stop saying very well and ask it questions.
Very well. Where did the arsenic come from that was found in Miss Hoggs' body?
What arsenic?
You didn't know that a large quantity of arsenic was found in her body?
No, I didn't.
It was.
How did it get there?
I doubt it was an accident, Mr. Simons.
Well, how could it get there? Arsenic.
Arsenic.
I don't believe it.
I can assure you it's there. That's what killed her.
Where could she have got arsenic?
I wonder, too.
I don't know.
Where can one buy arsenic?
At a chemist shop, I fancy.
Not without a poison certificate.
Are they certain it's arsenic?
Basil Pearson says so.
I've heard of him, haven't I?
Nearly everyone in England has.
He's, what do you call him?
He's Home Office pathologist.
Knows all about poison.
Yes.
If he says there's poison in the body, he's pretty certain to be right.
If he says so, there's no question about it.
And he says so?
Yes.
He says there was enough poison in Miss Hoggs' body to kill her?
Yes.
Huh.
Has Miss Hoggs' sick room been cleaned yet, Mr. Simons?
Eh? Oh, I'm sorry to say it hasn't. It has been fumigated, though.
Otherwise, nothing's been changed.
Oh, no. I was going to sell the bedstead and the mattress.
You are a businessman.
Yes, that's right.
Have you any objections to taking me there?
To the sick room? Yes, of course.
Why?
Why, the germ. The microbe. She died there.
She died of arsenical poisoning.
Oh, that's right. So you said.
Will you take me to a room?
Well, if you insist.
I'm afraid I do insist, Mr. Simons.
Well, I'm not at all sure I want to go in that room, Inspector.
Why not?
Well...
Are you afraid to look at the flypaper, Mr. Simons?
Flypaper?
The flypaper that the room is full of. The flypaper that contains arsenic. The flypaper that can be bought at any shop without a poison certificate, Mr. Simons.
Flypaper. That's it, flypaper. That's what it was.
That's right.
Why, I bought that flypaper myself. Poor Miss Hoggs, she was so uncomfortable with all the heat, and the flies. There was something awful. Poor woman, she was suffering so.
I've no doubt.
And she said to me the very day before she died she said to me, go and fetch me some packets of that black flypaper. You soak in water and the flies drink it and they die. She begged me.
Poison.
I know it's poison.
Arsenic.
Arsenic. And she gave me the money. She gave me 6pence, I remember. And when I got to the chemist shop, they had only 1 threepenny packet of the stuff, and I bought that and brought it home.
I hope you remember to give her the change, Mr. Simon.
Eh? By Jove.
It's too late now. You put the poison flypaper out then?
Yes, of course. Do you think I have no bowels of compassion at all? There were 6 sheets of the stuff, but I could find only 4 saucers or things for containers, though.
You still have the other 2 sheets here in the house.
Of course. Waste not.
Want not. Quite right, Mr. Simons. Quite right. Now, how do you suppose the arsenic got from the flypaper into Miss Hoggs' body?
Why, it was very hot.
Yes.
And Miss Hogg drank a great deal of water.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Simons.
Well, could she have drunk off the poison water in the saucers?
All of it?
Well, if there's arsenic in her body...
There is.
Well, then.
Mr. Simons, I must detain you on suspicion of having caused the death of Winifred Hogg.
Oh, no. You can't mean that.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used as evidence.
But when Inspector Peters brought the remains of the threepenny packet of arsenical flypapers to Basil Pearson, Pearson shook his head.
No good, Oliver.
What's no good? The man practically confessed.
No good, old boy.
Wasn't it arsenic, after all?
Oh, of course it's arsenic, no question. That's what killed her.
Basil, I don't understand you. You say...
I say it wasn't the arsenic from these flypapers. Look here at the envelope that came in.
Yes?
The label. Read it. Down here, that fine print.
I see.
Did you read it?
Arsenical content, 3/10 of a grain per sheet.
That's right. 6 sheets. 6 times 3/10. 1 8/10 grain. A whole packet will kill flies, perhaps, but a human being. Do you know how much arsenic the standard Marsh test indicates was in her body?
No.
More than 7 grains. 4 times as much as the whole packet of these papers contains.
You couldn't be wrong.
Did you ever know me to be wrong?
I don't think anyone ever knew Basil Pearson to be wrong. His death last year left a great void in the world of Scotland Yard, at least. He was as nearly indispensable as any man has ever been. It looked for a while as if Inspector Oliver Peters had dropped a most frightful brick that might do him irreparable harm in the CID. He had committed an unpardonable sin. He had jumped too quickly. Simons had gambled cleverly, knowing that the story of the flypapers would certainly be disproved in open court. He hoped clearing him completely. But he gambled too confidently. Before the preliminary hearing, I accompanied Oliver Peters to Simon's house in Tollington Park. I well remember what we found. There was nothing of any importance in the sick room where Miss Hogg had died, but in a dustbin in the cellar. I can still hear Oliver Peters' voice when he found them.
John, look here. Look what I found.
So I hurried to see. They looked like wrinkled sheets of blotting paper to me, but when Basil Pearson saw them...
You're right, Oliver. 27, 28, 29. 30 sheets of the same kind of flypapers.
See the name stamped on them. They're the same kind, all right.
Each one of them contained how much? Let's see the label from the other packet. Let's see it, Oliver.
Arsenical content, 3/10 of a grain per sheet.
And when all 30 of these sheets have been soaked clean, 30 times 3/10, 90/10, 9 full grains.
Enough to kill an elephant, Basil.
Well, enough to have killed a hog, at least, old boy. This'll hang him.
And so I did. The jury at Simon's trial at Old Bailey believed he'd made the concoction of 30 sheets of flypaper and fed it to Miss Hogg, and so they sentenced him to hang. Oh, and by the way, these are the same sheets of flypaper I showed you when we started to talk. I must put them back in the file. They've done their part. Good afternoon.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Winston Ross, Horace Braham, and Carl Harvard. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the area. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you. No.
$107-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful when you listens to our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a ruined village behind the Western Front in war-torn France in 1918. And so begins our tale about the firing squad. The firing squad.
Squad! Halt! Why do you make me look at this, Mac?
Because that man's a traitor, Steve.
But why should I watch him die? God. Blindfolded. Against a wall.
Quiet. Don't let the men hear you.
All right, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
God. And...
Watch this execution. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Squad! Fire!
He's dead. They shot him.
Right shoulder! Up! He sold his people. He's received his pay.
Squad! Left! Right! Up! But to shoot him down in cold blood. I don't care what that man did. But I've seen butchery enough. I can't look at any more death. I can't look at any more death.
Lieutenant Buckley, you forget yourself.
Yeah. A good soldier must have no emotions. Merely a blind obedience. I hasten to apologize, Captain. Before you prefer charges that may stand me before a firing squad.
Let's take a little walk, boy. I want to talk to you.
Very well, sir. The command of my superior officer is law.
Steve, an extra bar on my shoulders hasn't made any difference between us. You know that. In blood relationship, we may be only cousins. But I've always looked upon you as a younger brother. You're in trouble, kid. I want to help you.
You've helped me enough already. I bring me to France when I might have stayed at home. And when you get me here, instead of leaving me in Paris, you took me into below wood.
Steve, you're not really a coward. I didn't realize it was going to be so hard. I thought this war would bring out your stronger side. You have a stronger side, if I could only find it. Your nerves are gone.
That's the whole trouble with you. You need a change, a rest. A few days in Paris.
What are you driving at?
Kid, you can go to Paris. In my pocket is a pass in your name.
A pass? A pass for Paris? Mike, you're not kidding. You're not...
Here it is.
A pass to Paris. Oh, to a clean bed and sheets. To a bath. To women who wear white dresses and smell of perfume.
Why, you're a new man already.
Oh, when can I leave?
Tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mike, thanks.
But before you thank me, there's a condition attached to this pass, Steve.
Why, what do you mean?
When you were in Paris before, you fell pretty hard for that Coudray woman. Steve, you mustn't see her again.
Oh, Vera's not a plaster saint. I know that.
I've no interest in her morals. Kid, this is in confidence. Your Coudray is under strong suspicion of being a German spy.
Our Lord, I know you've received another letter from Uncle Charles. He believes there's a spy hiding behind each blade of grass.
Uncle Charles is in a position to have reason for such belief.
Yeah, but why pick on Vera? If she were a German agent, how's she gotten away with it in Paris for 4 long years?
Because Mademoiselle Coudray is very clever. So clever that others are caught and punished in her place.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No, Steve. The man you just saw die was one of that woman's lovers.
I don't believe that.
Letters were found on him proving it. Unfortunately, they didn't connect her with his act of treason. And as you saw, he went to his death in silence. It may be purely coincidence, but 4 other soldiers who were intimates of that woman have faced a firing squad for similar crimes.
4 others?
Yes, 3 French and 1 English. This poor devil was the first American. All acted very strangely during their courts-martial. None of them seemed to comprehend or realize the thing they'd done. Their minds appeared to be in a sort of haze. Crazy as it may sound, I believe that woman has some power that enslaves men's brains. You must promise you'll never see her again.
I see now why you made me watch this execution. I've admitted to you I'm no patriotic hero, so you think me a possible traitor. That man's death was to be my object lesson.
Oh, don't be a fool. I don't think anything of the kind. I did make you watch only to show you the sort of woman you're in love with.
You haven't shown me anything. You've merely talked a lot of rot. And the moment I get to Paris, I'm going to call her up.
No, you're not. Give me that pass.
Mac!
Your superior officer speaking now. Give me that pass.
No, you can't. You won't. I've got to get away, Mac. If I have to listen to those guns another day, I'll go crazy. I've got to get away.
Give me that pass.
No, no. Oh, for 3 days in Paris, I'll promise anything. I promise, Mac. Don't take it away from me.
Swear you'll not see Vera Coudray. That you won't even telephone her. That if you meet her by accident, you won't speak to her. Swear it on your word of honor. On your word of honor.
I swear. On my word of honor.
Thanks, Steve. Oh, don't be sore at me for this. You know I'm only trying to help you out of a possible trouble. I've done that ever since we were kids. It's become sort of second nature. Here. You pack now and be on your way. A good spree will put those jumping nerves of yours to sleep. And when you come back, we'll go up there and do our job together.
Yeah. Up there where those guns are booming. Up there where death is waiting. But I have 3 days now to live. 3 days to live in Paris. Three days to live. 3 days to live in Paris. Oh, what's the word of honor matter when you gotta go back and die? That's what I figured, Vera. So I telephoned you to meet me in this cafe.
I do not understand, mon lieutenant. Why should you not have telephoned me, and why do you speak of words of honor?
That's a joke. It's a personal, private joke. I'll teach old Mac to try and run my life. And if you only knew the silly reason he gave for wanting me to promise it.
I do not comprehend your little joke, but I will laugh with you. I will pour another glass of wine. Then perhaps you will tell me all about it.
Yeah, pour me another glass. Hey, Vera, you only had 1 drink all the time we've been here. Don't you like this wine?
I prefer to remain quite sober, as I can enjoy your happiness the more. And you are so happy, mon cher, to be away from the awful front.
I'm so happy I could sing. Say, let's both sing, Vera.
Wait. Your glass is empty again. You will sing better when it is once more full. I do my best. Drink, mon cher. Your company, your what you call division. I am so ignorant of military terms. When you return, it will occupy the same place in the line as before?
I don't know. Why you all the time asking me questions about the front? Why you remind me I gotta return? I want to forget that.
I don't blame you. Oh, mon ami. Would it not be wonderful if this wicked war was over?
This war is never going to be over. It's going to last forever. I'm going to be killed.
You mustn't think such things. Why, if Paris were taken, the war would be over in 1 week.
What do you mean?
Oh, the Boers are only 70 kilometers away. If they should break through where your so brave American troops hold the line, this war would have to end.
They won't break through.
No, I suppose not. Here, mon cher, you must have one more little drink.
All right. Thanks, Vera.
Your uncle, the Major General, what did he say about this dangerous situation? You have told me you write letters to your cousin and tells him things when he sees him. Your cousin tells you about these letters, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Mac tells me, look out for spies. Everybody's a spy. You're a spy.
Right?
Yeah. He made me promise not to see you. Now I told you, Vera, we can laugh together. He said you have strange powers that enslaves men's brains. Why aren't you laughing, Vera? Why are you looking at me like that? So steady. So
look at me.
Sure. I like to look at you. I'm crazy about you, Vera. You know you got the most wonderful eyes.
Look into them deep.
All right. Your eyes are awful wonderful, Vera. I feel so funny. Your eyes make me feel funny. They make me...
Gaze into them. Do not try to look away. You cannot.
No, I cannot.
You are very much in love with me.
Yes.
You trust me absolutely.
Yes.
You are afraid of death. You wish this war to end.
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that I can show you how to end it? You believe that I can show you how to end it?
Yes.
And you will do anything I tell you to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything.
I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about.
Now, let your waking mind remember that, and forget that I have made you so remember. Mon ami, wake up, wake up.
Huh?
Is this the proper way to entertain a lady?
I fell asleep.
You were what you call dead to the world. Come, let us leave this stuffy place and walk to my apartment. It is pleasant there, and we will talk.
Yeah, just you and me, Vera. Oh, I'm crazy about you. I've only 3 days to live. Then I gotta go back there and die.
Oh, no, mon cher. You will live to see this war all ended.
Funny, Vera. But you know, the idea just come to my mind that maybe you and me could end it.
Lieutenant Steve will be here at any moment.
You are sure we've run no risk?
Have I ever led us into danger?
No. Your hypnotic powers have been of great value to the fatherland, mademoiselle.
In 3 days I have made this lieutenant my slave.
And his uncle is a major general.
If he is like his nephew, Germany does not need our help to win the war. Now listen, his leave is up. Tonight he returns to his company. No matter what happens, he will obey my will. Talk plainly to him and have no fear.
I rely upon you.
Hush. You wanted me, Vera?
Yes, mon petit, come in. The gentleman of whom I spoke is here to see you. Monsieur Charbonneau, I present Lieutenant Buckley.
I am charmed, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Charbonneau. Of course I know that's not your real name.
Mademoiselle Coudray has told me of your conversations.
She told me how to end the war. It doesn't matter who wins, just so it's over, she says.
She's right. And once the line is pierced between Soissons and Reims, Paris will be occupied within a week. The war will be over, and men will cease to die.
Yeah.
What am I to do to save my life from that of others?
General Ludendorff wishes to learn the weakest spot in the line.
How can I find it?
One who looks may see much. And to the nephew of a major general, things may be told.
It doesn't seem right.
Look into my eyes, monsieur. Because you wish to live, you will do as you are told.
Yes, I'm going to live. For you.
You will give the information we desire to a man wearing the uniform of a common American soldier. He will have a bandage bound around his head and his arm tails. It may be dangerous for me to remain here longer. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye.
Mademoiselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I offered him my hand. He didn't take it. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Exactly what I tell you to. That and nothing more.
Come here. Out. Off you. Go out. Everybody in, Steve? Yeah. All in.
Oh, my kid. I was over now for a while. Get out of the lines again. Tonight, for a change, we sleep in safety.
Yeah, safety.
No! Easy, boy, easy. That one fell 300 yards away.
But maybe not the next one. Maybe. No, nothing can harm me. Nothing can harm me.
Yeah, don't let your nerves get you again. You've been a different man since you came back from Paris. Stay that way. Lord, what a Brannigan you must have had there, though. I've been the sort of days ever since.
I'm all right. But I've been different this time because I know nothing can harm me. Nor you either, Mac. And because I know the war is going to end.
Sure. We'll be out of the trenches by Christmas. Some Christmas. Say, got one of our men coming down the road? There's a bandage around his head and an arm in the sling.
Bandage on his head? Arm in a sling?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, grab yourself 40 winks, kid. I'll see you later.
No, I've got you. Sergeant, Second Party. If Captain Mason comes back looking for me, I'll be up the road. Up there with that man whose head is bandaged.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The war will soon be over, Sergeant. The war will soon be over. Most of it. I memorized everything carefully, just as she told me.
It is all very clear. The weakest point, you say, is just behind Dormans.
Yeah, just behind Dormans.
All is in readiness. The blow will be hard.
Then the war will be over. It'll be finished, as she said.
I must hurry away now. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Lieutenant Buckley! Steve!
Coming.
Steve, I've been looking everywhere for you. Bad news, kid. We have to go back.
Back? Back where?
The lines. Water's just countermanded our arrest orders. They need us to plug a weak spot. Back of Dormans. Considerable hike.
Back of Dormans?
What's the matter?
Get that man with the bandaged head. Don't let him get away! No. Now don't pay any attention to me. She told me.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. It's all right. Nothing can harm us.
See to the men, Sergeant. Get ready to march.
Yes, sir. Come in. Quiet. All right, you must. Come on, get your back.
I can't find the capsules. But nothing can harm us. Even back of Dormans.
Oh, quit acting like a lunatic, Steve.
We're going back of Dormans. But nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us.
Steve. He got him. He's hit. Hey, get that doctor. A stretcher. He's coming as blood, and I'm responsible. I didn't look out for him. I brought him into this. Steve, don't die, kid. Don't die. Don't die.
They'll get Rudin back in Patton.
Oh, thank God you're here, Doc. Quick. Oh, don't let him die. Don't let him. Doc, he is already.
No, he isn't dead. He isn't going to die. Shell fragment grazed his head and knocked him cold. Plenty of blood, but just a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, he's coming to already. Lucky guy. He won't have to go with us. He's got a ticket to the hospital.
Meg, where are you, Meg?
Here, kid, here.
You're all right now.
Pile you, Secretary. What are they doing? Where are they going to take me?
To a hospital, kid. We'll have to go ahead without you.
But where are you going? Why? Oh, you're going back of Dorman's. And she lied when she said nothing could harm us. She lied! She lied!
He's raving, Doc.
Don't go back at Dorman's, Mac. Don't go back at Dorman's!
Give him a shot, Doc, and quiet him down.
No! 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 No!
I gotta leave you now, kid.
No, Mac! Listen! Let me tell you, Mac!
Lieutenant Doc, take the rear company. Company, attention! Left step, forward, march!
Mac! Come back! Come back! Oh, he's gone. She lied and he'll be killed. I'll have killed him back of Dorman!
I didn't do us no favor when they brung that nutty lieutenant to this hospital.
Yeah, 2 orderlies and a nurse was sitting on his chest when I got there for a smoke just now.
The things, if you ask me. Did you hear him carrying on? Claims his skipper standing by his bed with a big hole in his stomach. And that his outfit's been wiped out, all but 18 men.
Yeah, I heard him. Cooper was a clown.
Yeah, they're the same. I'd hate to be imagining things like he is.
Geez, an ambulance is coming. Come on, Sam. Maybe the driver's found a bottle somewhere.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Go on. There's plenty there. What? Say, what's the matter? You got a car full there?
Yeah, more coming. Big fighting back at Dorman's way. Come on. Say, help me get these poor guys out of here, will you?
All right. This belongs to bottom first. Now, here.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute.
One life. Hey, Dumbbell, you ambulance guy. Don't you know better than to be hauling steps?
What, one of them fellas croaked on me? Say, look at him. Oh, no wonder with a hole in his stomach like that. Sam, he's got bars on his shoulder. The captain he was.
Yeah, well, he ain't no longer. See if he's got his dog tag and help me with these other guys.
Sam, wait a minute. His tag reads Captain Macklin Mason. That's who that crazy Louis said is standing by his bed.
Gee, how did he know this guy was hitting the stomach 20 kilometers away?
Even mon cher, all is forgotten now. You are out of the hospital, unarmed. The war is over, and you are with me.
And you said, I remember, that nothing would harm us.
Nothing did harm you.
But you promised protection for him as well. He just looks at me and never speaks a word. But his eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back of Dorman.
Stop! There is no one here beside you.
Oh, I can't just see him when he's always here. You were his murderer as well as I. And he knows. See? He's turned. He's looking at you now.
You make the cold run up and down my spine. I tell you that there is no one there.
You'll see him one day. And the others. 18 left of the men I slept with, marched with, fought with. 18 left. We've killed the others. You're afraid to have him gaze at you? Oh, you say you cannot see him?
You seem so sure, so certain.
Yeah. I know the reason for his presence. His eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back at Dorman.
No, we are leaving France.
But before we leave, we must go to the lines in back of Dorman's.
Oh, this terrible idea of yours that had brought us to these muddy fields tonight. Since you had to come, why could we not wait till morning?
I've told you, dear. Mac wanted it this way. He's spoken to me twice since we started from Paris. Not angry, as though he hated me for what I've done. Just kind. Just as he used to be. It's strange you haven't heard him speak.
I have not heard for the same reason I have never seen. There is no one, nothing, there beside you. There has never been. I came here only to humor you and to keep you from talking to people who might believe the crazy things you say.
We're walking where they fought the night when the Boche broke through. But the place we told them was the weakest. We're walking over graves. The graves we made. Here they died, the men we killed.
I cannot stand it. I will leave you.
You can't leave. Nor can I. I knew we couldn't when I brought you here.
What do you mean?
That we have come to pay a debt.
Where is that bugle? There are no soldiers here.
Yes. Can't you see them? They're gathering all about us.
I see nothing but shadows. Only shadows.
Listen. The shadows are marching. Here comes our firing squad.
Oh, you are not insane. I see them coming towards us, and I see your capitan too. Let me get away. Oh, I cannot move.
We sold our people. Now we receive our pay.
No.
Already, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
Aboard. Hey.
No.
Hey.
No.
Give me back.
Fire.
It's all right, kid. Now I can look after you again.
And in the morning, 2 bodies were found lying on the deserted battlefield. 2 dead bodies of a woman and a man. On their chests were little blue marks, such as spent bullets might have made. Bullets that had come from too far away. Yes.
Well, that's the end of that and Satan. You folks come see us next week when I has a birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.